Please welcome your hosts to the stage.
Hey everybody, welcome back to day 2 of Figcella, also known as Config to some of y'all.
Hello everybody, I hope you don't mind me wearing the same confit as yesterday.
When you look as fabulous as you do, it's okay, I'll allow it. It's lovely for all of you to join us, and to all of you joining us remotely, we're glad to have you here in spirit.
My name is Isaac Goldberg, and I'm a software engineer here at Figma.
And my name is Majola Balogun, and I'm also a software engineer at Figma.
A fun fact, Majola and I actually met singing in the Figma a cappella group.
Oh.
Now, yesterday we didn't get a real chance to, give a real performance, so what do you say we give it another go?
Not this again.
No, come on, let's give the audience what they came here to see. Come on. Here's your note.
I don't know about that.
All right, well, we'll save our performance for next year. But first, let's get ready for some talks, right?
That's right.
All right, so please turn off your phones, and let's be an incredible audience for all these great speakers.
All right, first up, I'd like to introduce you all to a true archaeologist of interfaces, a scholar of design affordances, a wizard, a bona fide cursor magician, Johannes Mutter. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning, Config. Thank you. My name is Johannes, and as a design engineer, I've been collecting interfaces and disassembling them for around 15 years. I named them and I classified them, every mechanism that I find on Twitter or other platforms. I took note about how they work and why they mattered. But outside that library that I created, it surprised me that how little shared vocabulary we have in interface design, in the patterns we use. I wondered, why is that? Why is there no a pattern language for interfaces, an interconnected library of the named reusable components great tools are built from? Architecture has a pattern language. It was written by Christopher Alexander. No, not working. There we go. Perhaps interface design has no pattern language because we could hand off the naming to the engineers, right? You could just skip the layering, but if you did the layering, I think the naming of the layering, kudos to you, because in 2026, I think it's paying back. Because knowing how to articulate your designs in words is just as important as shaping the visual material. Yesterday, if you have seen the talk by Chelsea from Anthropic, she said it also very well, language is design. Now let me show you a glimpse into the pattern language that I have built. This February, I shared an early prototype on Twitter. I named it Interface Lineage, and I didn't expect much from it first, but it just blew up. I walked back from kindergarten, bringing my kids to the kids, and looked on my phone and was like, oh my God, what's happening here? So I felt like there's a real need for maybe a pattern language. And what I did is I modeled all these patterns as a living organism. I modeled in them what came before, what inspired it, what contrasts with it. And this presentation you're seeing is an evolved version of that early prototype. Every example is pulled live from the library. So this presentation is interactive in itself. So where these patterns, they exist also in this library as little teardown stories, and we'll get to that later. I'll start this talk with one example, then I share a little bit about my design philosophy, followed by these 3 design moves, and finally a demo where I'll show you my method of disassembling interfaces, something that goes beyond mere bookmarking. Let's do a quick experiment. Please look very carefully. I'm going to move one step to the side. Can you guess which direction I will move? Left or right? Did you notice my signal? A blinking cursor standing on the seam between a regular word and a bold word has the same problem. It can't guess direction. So it can't warn you whether the next keystroke will be bold or not. But if you give it this tiny pixel tail on the top, it can warn you. I felt that pain 1,000 times in Slack when I wrote like code and prose in the same line, and then I wanted to write code, but then it turned out to be bold. But I did not notice this pain consciously. Also, I never had a word for it. But a designer named Yoshiki Schmitz, he noticed it. And 2 years later, a text editor called Bike implemented this idea. And it was given a name on Hacker News called cursor affinity. Noticing and naming were the 2 moves that led to this innovative micro-interaction. And the moment you have the name and you have seen the connections to related ideas, your brain does this incredible thing that you can see the whole family it belongs to. Because cursor affinity, that is just a tiny trail in a larger map of decisions thinking about how to render a cursor. Jeff Raskin, the author of the book The Human Interface, he wrote about it. And the I-beam, which you can see here on the left, in Xerox Star, it showed text direction when you hovered over Latin or Arabic text, something that is lost in modern operating systems. So every one of those inherited from the one before. Nobody starts from 0. Even something as the magical AI cursor, which we've also seen yesterday in the OpenAI talk, in Codex, is standing on the shoulders of giants. Kirby Ferguson, the maker of the Everything is a Remix series, said it about songs and films. Bruce Lee said it about kata. You steal the move, then you make it yours. I'm here to say it about interfaces. Nothing is original. Originality is recognition, not invention. All design is redesign. And Hofstadter, a German philosopher, he went even further. He said, like, analogy isn't a trick of thought, it is thought. You can only think with what you've already seen. But seeing is not enough either. You also need to name the move, the pattern, the mechanism. And you can triangulate from known concepts. So cursor affinity, you can triangulate it from the idea that a cursor has a body, that it can change direction, that it can look around. So we'll now look at 3 such iconic moves in interface design. The first one is about design indicators that to make invisible state visible. The second one is how to forgive imprecise input by humans, because we humans, we are not precise at all. And the third one is about how to reveal hidden actions. So let's dive in. This is iChat in 2002. I don't know if you remember, but they already had these lovely thinking clouds that would show up as you typed. And it's a tiny pixel of invisible state, so you don't angrily double text and you wait. You can notice, okay, the other person is doing something, maybe I wait a little bit. Here in VS Code and in Apple Pages, you see the same move. Notice the dot after the file name and the edited in the title bar. The system knows you have unsaved work, and it spends 1 pixel telling you. And once you know this pattern, you see it everywhere. In the doc for the running doc indicator, or in Claude, where it renders these lovely thinking indicators. My favorite label was waffling. Your phone does a more honest version of this. So it shows you a friendly compression of real-time radio physics in just these 4 little bars there over there. And I love all these tiny micro-interactions because they don't sprout out a separate spinner just to show progress. Right? The state and the affordance are the same pixel. So that was move 1. When the system knows what the user can't see, mistakes multiply. So when you design an interface, find that hidden state and design a 1-pixel signal for it. So move 1 was about what the system should show you, and move 2 is going the opposite direction, what you can tell the system. And your hand, remember, it's not precise. Quick show of hands. Who here has clicked in anger when a menu closed and you were trying to reach diagonally? Right, like, super frustrating. And the Mac team in the mid-80s, they solved that in the 80s with this invisible triangle from your cursor. But if you open Google Maps or there's tons of applications, and you do that, and you find yourself, No, it ignores my intention. But if you stay inside with your cursor in that triangle and someone cared about this interface and cared about implementing the safe triangle, you will have a good experience. So the next one, this one's quite magical. I don't know if you have ever noticed this, but the keyboard on your touchscreen, when you type, it guesses the next probable word you're writing, and it guesses the next likely letter you're going to write. And then it invisibly grows the hitbox around your key. So you're less likely to hit a letter that you didn't intend to. And the version 1, which you can apply in your designs, is maximize your hitboxes of your buttons, of your controls, of your menus, not the visible surface, the hitbox. So if you have gaps around and margins and so on, fill them as well with the hitbox. Growing the size of a button has its origin in the dock, designed by Baz Aldrin from Apple in 2001. The icons swell as you approach, and they make it easier to hit the target. Fun fact, the Finder icon has its origin in a Picasso painting. Snapping is cursor magnetism, but for objects. So cursor magnetism pulled the pointer toward a target. Snapping does it to whatever you're dragging. You aim it roughly, and the system infers the line you meant. It absorbs the slop. The guides, they're just feedback. The correction already happened underneath. Ted Selker, he asked the wildest version of this question. What if the hand doesn't move at all? Force instead of displacement. And the idea of the red trackball in a Lenovo ThinkPad, if you've seen that little knob on the keyboard, that lives on in every keyboard today on a touchscreen. You long press the spacebar, and then you can precisely move your cursor. So here's the takeaway. Forgive imprecise input. The pointer is a rough guess at intent. It's not a precise pixel. Infer what you meant, what the user meant, and absorb the slop. And please do it in software and hardware, but never make the user absorb the slop. So move 1 was what the system shows you. Move 2, what you tell it. And move 3 now is what you even allowed to do. Because most power in an interface is hidden until something reveals it. The add symbol is keep getting reinvented. I think just like 2 days ago or so, when Claude launched Claude Tag, we've seen another iteration of what the add symbol is. But you see it on email, in Twitter, in Slack, and GitHub. You type it, and the menu shows you what's in reach. Followers, your files in the cursor project, or here in Doki, which is a lovely text-based video editor, you can add the script, and you can add characters to your script. So if you think of the add symbol as the noun, then the slash is the verb. Remember, a good interface disappears the moment it works. The slash is how a toolbar disappears. You find this pattern in Notion, in Linear. Every command tucked away behind one keystroke. It's only there if you ask for it. And there's 2 principles here. The first one I want to name is progressive disclosure. One trigger, the full set of command on demand. And the second one is recognition over recall. You don't memorize the command. You only recognize it in the list when you need it. So Markdown, that even drops the list. You type a hashtag, and it becomes a heading. You type this bracket character, and it becomes a quote. A dash becomes a list. So no menu, nothing to recognize. Markdown is pure recall. It only works if you already know the symbol. The character is the command. So up to here, the trigger was a character you type, add, slash, hashtag, whatever. Now it's a gesture. And a gesture can do something a symbol can't. It can teach itself. So I don't know how you learned this, but I was shaking my phone, and I was like, what did you do? And then this pop-up came up and said, do you want to undo? And that's an extraordinary experience of teaching an interface mechanism, because this experience makes it stick. So slide to unlock teaches itself too, but on purpose. That little shimmer, well, we don't have it now anymore, but that was the interface, giving you a gentle hint what you should do. Now take the same principle and apply it to list item, and it unlocks the actions hiding underneath. And the nice part is, if you notice this pattern, and you take the same swipe, and instead of turning it to the individual list item, but you apply it to the entire list container, and you just flip it 90 degrees, what do you get? You get pull to refresh. The same gesture, just rotated, rescoped. So a takeaway I want to give you here is like, if you separate the visual experience, the visual material from the mechanisms in interfaces that you use every day, and you then look at the mechanism itself, you can translate that and apply that in various different conceptual spaces. So this is like a cheat code to inventing new interfaces. So that was move 3. People don't know what they can do until you show them. So surface them the action the moment they need it, and not before. So we have seen now a handful of mechanisms, but how do we uncover them? I think not by bookmarking, because a bookmark, to me, is like a frictionless experience. It's designed to be frictionless. You hit save, and it feels done. You feel great, right? Like, I externalized this, and I know it's there, and I can find it again. But understanding needs the opposite. It needs friction. So let me show you what I actually do when I find an interface that catches my eye, and what it's like to walk through my project interface lineage. So let's go into a demo. So this interface caught my eye this morning on Twitter. You see watch the hands, so like it pulls a sentence and it grows, and you press it and it shrinks, and the words, they are not resized, they are rewritten. And it reminds me of a similar interface. Let me pull that up quickly. So this is my text editor here in the presentation. It was called Texterial. Here we have it. So this is a very similar interface from Jocelyn Shen at Microsoft Research. So they thought about what if text is shaped like clay? You know, like you can move text together, and it really behaves like clay. You can reshape, you can combine, you can summarize, you can expand, really like a piece of clay. So what I do when I find an interface like that, or a collection of interfaces, I first capture what I think about it. So let me just dictate here. So Texterial is a writing tool where text behaves like a material, by Jocelyn Shen and her collaborators at Microsoft Research. You pull a paragraph, and it gets longer. You pinch it, and it gets shorter. The gesture and the edit are the same move. And I'll have that. And now what I would usually do is I would look at the interface again and try to understand, like, what are the components here? What do I see here? Okay, let me dictate this again. I see pinch to condense, pull to elaborate. The gesture is the command, and the text is real-time generated using a large language model. Now I would go on and do some more deep research. I would look like what other work have they created, what is related to it. But for the sake of the demo, I will just show you like what I would do when I want to explore the network of this idea. So I have a command here which is called lineage grid, and what this does is when I type it, it looks at the entire graph of all the thousands of interfaces, principles, and patterns, and it tries to match what is related to this. So let's add this here, and I will just hit save quickly. Now I can explore what is around this. So here we have the author, we have a principle, we have a pattern, expand in place, and disclosure. Weird name, what is this? Okay. If I want to learn more about this, I can now dive in and see, okay, I can read the description, and I can also go into examples that embody this pattern. Telescopic text is, for example, one. So this is very similar to the one we've seen before, but this is like curated, right? Like someone made these texts before. It's not generated by an AI interface. Oops, yeah. Let's go back here. Yeah, and so there's other interesting interfaces we can explore which have the same principle, liquid text. It lets you read 2 sections of a text in parallel by squinching the screen. Or Euterpen, it does it the other way around. You know, like as a music composer, you might need to add a lot of notes, try out things, and if you do it on top of the notes, it will get very messy. So they invented this mechanism of expanding the space between the notes. But I will leave it here. Let's go back to the slides. Because what is this method? This method that I use has 4 steps. You see it. You see something on Twitter. You see something on Twitter, like on Instagram or in your work from your colleagues. And then you notice it, right? Like you look closely, what's happening here. And then what you need to do is you name it. You say like, this is pinch to condense, this is pull to elaborate. And now you have the words. And after that, you link it. The grid I put in, there was the lineage. I can see where it came from, what is related to it. And after that, what I do is I steal it. Because now I can use that move in my own work. I can prompt for it because I can name it. I can ask Claude and Codex to connect to my library and say, hey, can you please research more about this and understand this pattern? I want to apply this in my own work. So why does this actually all matter? When the machine can build anything that you want, and it can make 1,000 versions of it, what matters is your words, because they become the bottleneck to what you can express. So what I'm saying is always, you cannot prompt what you can't name. And interface lineage exists to help you with the names, to find these patterns. So 3 things before I go. 1, you can browse hundreds of these patterns and principles on interfacelineage.com. You can scan the code. You can find me on social media. My name is Johannes Mutter. And if you would like to disassemble interfaces, you can find me on the picnic tomorrow, I think, tomorrow morning at Alamo Square Park. And we can sit in the grass and then do some interface disassembly. So thank you a lot for listening, and I hope you have a great day here at Config.
Wow, thank you so much, Johannes. That was magical.
This next talk is about UI density, maximizing value in time and space.
So I guess we better keep this next intro compact and to the point.
That's right. Next up is Dense by Design. Please welcome Matthew Strawman.
If you know anything about me, you know that I write a lot. Some of this writing comes from a place of curiosity because I find an idea that I really like and I just have to share it with the world. But honestly, most of it comes from a place of frustration. Somebody says something and it bugs me so much that I can't help myself. I just have to go and try to prove them wrong. This sounds a little bit petty, but I promise it comes from a good place. What I like to do is try to construct the best possible version of that other person's argument, and then I wrestle with it. Sometimes I win the wrestling match. I'm right, they're wrong. I get to write what I found out with a smug sense of superiority. But sometimes I'm wrong. I lose the wrestling match, and I have to change my mind. Today, I want to tell you guys a story about a time I tried to prove somebody wrong. That's Patrick Collison, the CEO and co-founder of Stripe. You might have heard of him before. I really hope he's not here right now. I worked at Stripe a few years ago, And I can say this with all honesty, Patrick is one of the smartest people I've ever worked with. So as you can imagine, trying to prove him wrong is an extremely inadvisable thing to do. But I did it anyway. A couple of years ago, me and my team were presenting a vision for an updated visual design language for the Stripe dashboard. We really wanted to double down on all the things that made Stripe design great: attention to detail, great information hierarchy, you know, and the ample white space that Stripe is known for. During the presentation, Patrick silently started sharing his screen. He opened up a blank Google Doc, and he pasted in a picture of this. If you don't recognize it, this is the Bloomberg terminal. It's one of the most valuable pieces of software in the world, and it's also the ugliest. So it was a little confusing, but after we presented, we were getting feedback. And Patrick asked a simple question. He asked, "Why can't we make it look more like this?" Now, I immediately thought of a lot of reasons why we couldn't make it look like that. I thought of a lot of reasons why I didn't want to make it look like that. But Patrick's the boss, so after the presentation, me and my team were getting back together and trying to decipher this feedback, trying to figure out what was he talking about. And eventually, we circled around this idea of density. Well, the Bloomberg terminal is very dense, so maybe Patrick wants us to make it look more dense. Like I said before, I like to take the best possible version of somebody's argument before I decide that they're wrong. So we started from the perspective of, okay, let's make the Stripe dashboard more dense. What would that even look like? And it turns out that is a very hard question to answer, because that word density has a lot of different meanings. And it took me almost a year to figure out exactly what it meant and how that actually impacts the users that we were designing for. So I want to take you on that journey with me today. We're going to climb the ladder of understanding, rung by rung, 5 different definitions of density. And we're going to get to the top, and we're going to look back down, and we're all going to decide together whether or not Patrick Collison was wrong. So the first rung, the first thing that you think of when you see the Bloomberg terminal, like me, you think, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of pixels on the screen. And that's, I think, what most people think of when they think about density. So, you know, there's a lot of websites that have visual density. I hope Craigslist never changes, because it's beautiful the way it is. Another of my favorite websites in the world is McMaster-Carr, where you can see and purchase every single screw that's ever been manufactured. These are beautiful examples of density, but there's also some really horrendous examples of density. This is a real website, by the way. You can go there right now. I wouldn't advise it, but it's pretty amazing. So if there are both beautiful versions of visual density and ugly versions of visual density, then surely there must be something else to it. We can't just stay with that definition of density. This kind of graphic is what really locked it into place for me. This is the kind of graphic you'd see in a newspaper. And I want you to just take a second and try to figure out what it is this graphic is trying to tell us. Because there's a lot of visual density here. But what's the point? Maybe if you look past all of the cartoon bullets and the silhouettes of fighter planes and the numbers, you might actually get to the meaning underneath the chart. But I decided to strip away all that visual information and let the data speak for itself. Here's the exact same data represented without visual density. And hopefully you get the point right away that in 2013, the US spent more on military and defense than almost any other country in the entire world combined. Well, that's very apparent when we take away all the visual density. We took pixels off the page, but we communicated more, not less. Which makes it really clear that this is a chart crime, and it trades accuracy for emotional effect. And that's what visual density can do sometimes. Which brings me to the next definition of density, information density, which is about how much of those pixels are actually communicating. Edward Tufte has been writing about this for 40 years now. He describes it as the data to ink ratio, which means you take the amount of data that's on the page and you compare it to the amount of ink that's on the page. And the goal is to get to as close to 1-to-1 as possible, where every single part of the graphic has to be communicating something. The golden standard of this, according to Tufte, is this 1885 train schedule from Paris to Lyon. And I just want us to appreciate it for a second, because it is a beautiful chart. Across the top, on the x-axis, are time, the hours of the day, from 6 a.m. all the way through 6 p.m., or I would say 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. And then on the y-axis, going from top to bottom, are the train stations. Now, the cool thing about this chart is they've actually chosen to put the train station at the physical distance they are apart. And what that means is that that decision actually communicates something. So that you can see these diagonal lines as they trace across the chart are the actual trains moving from one end of the line to the other. You can see what time they depart, what time they arrive. You can plan an entire trip. You can see where you can stop for a while or how transfers are going to work. And you can even see how fast the trains are moving. Some go really fast and their lines are more vertical. Some are slower and they're more horizontal. So this is a perfect example of a 1-to-1 data to ink ratio. But if it's all about the amount of ink on the page, then surely we can just subtract the ink and increase the ratio by making the graphic smaller and shrinking it down. So let's try that. Let's make the graphic smaller, more dense, and more dense, and more dense. And here we've done it. We've created the perfect data to ink ratio, a black hole of information density. We've taken all of the information in the known universe and condensed it down to a single infinitesimally small point, destroying the fabric of space-time. So obviously there's a threshold here. There's a place where as you increase the information density, you actually stop getting any useful information out of it altogether. This is called the absorptive capacity. It's actually a speed limit for your brain. And it's the key to the next definition of density, meaning density. This is the first time we're actually taking into account the people looking at the design. We're going beyond the ink and asking, how much is the user actually getting out of this? And how much of it can they understand and use? I have an example of this. I want you to tell me very quickly, what is a ratio of red dots to gray dots on this screen? Okay. I'm going to make it a lot easier for you. So I didn't add information to the screen. I didn't label it. I just rearranged the information on the screen, and all of a sudden, not only could you give me a much better estimate, but you could probably count the dots pretty quickly and give me a very precise number. So this is the key to meaning density. Arranging information on the page can actually communicate something. Now, this is also really old news. There's a group of psychologists in the 1920s in Germany who studied how the brain perceives patterns and how they communicate different things. It's called Gestalt. So I want to share some Gestalt principles with you today. Starting with this, these are 9 dots on the page. And as I bring them closer together, at some point your brain actually perceives them as a single unified whole. This is the principle of proximity. If I change the shape of some of those dots, now without being conscious of it, you're perceiving this as 3 separate groups. This is the law of similarity. If I change the spacing between those 3 groups with some motion, now, without being conscious of it, you see 2 groups instead of 3. This is the law of common region. The Gestalt principles are ways to communicate meaning simply by arranging information on the page. There's tons of them. You should look them up and use them in your designs. I was sharing this idea with a friend, and because all of my friends are super nerds, they were like, whoa, what about time? Time is just the 4th dimension, dude. And they were joking, but I take these things very seriously. So I was thinking, okay, well, maybe if we can arrange things in space and add meaning, maybe we can also arrange things in time and add meaning. So this is a speed reading tool, and I'm just going to let it play to tell you about it. So time turns out to be the key to the next rung on the ladder, the next definition of density. Time density is all about how much time it takes for a user to get something out of a screen. And once you start thinking about time as a material, we can actually design for it and around it. Some researchers in the 90s were studying the brain and how the brain perceives time, and they actually identified a few thresholds that we can design around and for to change the way people perceive our designs. So the first threshold is at 100 milliseconds. And anything less than 100 milliseconds, your brain perceives as a single instant in time. That's because when you blink, your brain kind of turns off your recording apparatus. And you might not have known that, but now you're certainly aware of the fact that you're blinking. You're welcome. So if you have anything in your interface that takes less than 100 milliseconds, don't have an animation, don't have a transition. Just do it instantly, and your users will perceive it as happening much, much faster than it actually is. Between 100 milliseconds and 10 seconds, we actually want to show some of those transitions and animations because we're still working with the hardware and software of hunter-gatherers looking for motion out in the jungles for signs of prey or predators. So this is where adding a little bit of animation to a dialogue opening or a transition state can help. And if you're starting to get more towards that 10-second line, you need to show a spinner or some kind of indeterminate loader just so that your user understands that something is happening behind the screen. Now, I'm sure you all have seen the beach ball of death, and we know that at a certain point, we start to lose patience, and our attention span is completely shot. So between 10 seconds and 1 minute, we want to actually show progress. This is where a progress bar is really useful. And that helps people connect the dots and have a little bit of that patience that we all desperately need sometimes. Once we get past a minute, I want to encourage you to let your users just leave. I don't care about your engagement metrics. I really think it's important because we don't want people just staring at the screen for minutes on time. They could be doom scrolling Twitter instead. So say, hey, I got this. I'll notify you when it's time to come back. That will help your users and the people who are looking at what you design feel like it's more dense because they were able to do something more meaningful. So speaking of doing something meaningful, I want you to find Waldo, or for my UK friends, Wally. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna tell you that this is a very visually dense piece of design. It's very informationally dense. It's very meaningfully dense. But it is certainly not very dense in time, because if you're like me, you probably haven't even found Waldo yet. You're wondering if he's even there at all. So this is a case where we can actually change the amount of time something takes by changing the design of it. We can subtract visual density, we can subtract meaning density, we can subtract information, and we can make it more dense in time. So I've prepared a second Where's Waldo for you. Are you all ready? Got it? Now, that felt much better because it took less time. It was more dense. That is the fifth and final rung of the ladder. Before I get there, I want to show you an example of two different approaches and how density mattered. Now, when Google launched, it wasn't clear that they were going to succeed or take over the internet. At the time, Yahoo was the undisputed king of finding things. They had taken all of the links on the internet, all 5 of them, and they had put them into a catalog meticulously curated by editors, to make it so that if I was looking for golf tips, I would look at the golf page, and then I would look at the tips page, and I would see the link, and I would go find what I was looking for. It was very visually dense. It packed a lot of information into the same space. What Google realized is that you only need to look at one link if it's the right link. So they took away all that visual density. They took away a lot of the information density. But they found a really great algorithm for giving you the only link that you needed to look at, and give it to you very, very quickly, especially if you were feeling lucky. So this is what I got to at the end of my journey here. It's called value density. It's how much value someone gets out of the things that you've built for them. And if you remember one thing from this talk, and only one thing, I don't want it to be Where's Waldo, I want it to be that value density equals the amount of value that your users are getting from what you've designed divided by the amount of time and space that you ask them to spend on it. Value per second, per pixel, that is what we're really after. To really drive this home, I want to show you one more graphic. Now, if you're like me, you're looking at this and you're seeing some squiggles. You're trying to figure out what it is. Maybe it's a seismograph. Maybe it's some audio signals. Are there any doctors here? If there are, I'm sorry, because you probably just started sweating. Because this is a picture of somebody who's having a heart attack. This is an ECG, and it's 12 instruments pointed at the heart, showing exactly what's happening and which part of the heart is failing. And to a doctor, this graphic, certainly not very dense in a pixel way, is the difference between saving somebody's life or not. Density isn't fixed. It depends on who's looking at it. So going back to the Stripe dashboard, why can't the Stripe dashboard look like the Bloomberg terminal? Well, that's because the Bloomberg terminal is for stockbrokers. For them, it's the best tool at the best time, giving them exact information that they need extremely quickly. But Stripe isn't for stockbrokers. Stripe is for startups trying to make their first $1 million. It's for store owners managing chargebacks and fighting fraud. It's for multinational platforms sending cross-border payouts. Density looks different for Stripe. So now what? I would love to tell you that I took all of this information and went back and made the perfect version of the Stripe dashboard, but if you've used Stripe recently, you know that's not true. People just kept on asking me to delete the white space. The work got compromised, because it always does. Everything I've shared with you today is old news. It's other people's work. Tufte, Gestalt psychologists, HCI researchers, textbooks of UX design. Why are we still talking about this if the answers are already out there? I don't think we have a craft problem. I think we have a problem of talking about craft too much. I think we should stop talking, and I think we should get out there and do it. So my point is that a user experience is a portion of someone's life that they're never going to get back. And I want you to think about your designs. I want you to think about the amount of value that you're providing to your users. I want you to think about how much time and space you're asking for in return. And I want you to ask, is the trade-off really worth it? Now, here's the point in the talk where I have to admit that y'all thought you were coming to a talk about density. But I've been giving you a secret second talk this entire time. This talk has been about questions. I promised we would try to figure out if Patrick Collison was wrong. But that's not what it was about. He asked me a question. It wasn't about right or wrong. It sent me on a long journey to find the answer. And now I have the vocabulary to talk about density. I can ask, when somebody says, hey, let's make this more dense, I can say, you want to add more info? You want to increase the amount of meaning here by arranging it differently? Do you want to make it take up less time? Do you want to make it take up less space? So in a lot of ways, trying to prove Patrick wrong was the best thing that I've ever failed at. So you've been asked a lot of questions in the past few days, and you'll continue to be asked a lot of questions. I want you to listen to those questions. I want you to go find out the answers in your own way. My way is writing. Your way might be thinking quietly. It might be dancing. It might be playing music. But either way, I want you to go find out the answers to all of those questions, especially if you're wrong. Thank you.
so much, Matthew. Now, as an admitted Instagram power user, I am so excited for this next talk.
That's right. Make sure to double tap in for this next speaker, who doesn't do it for the gram, she does it at the gram. Designer Rose McManus.
Hi, Config. I'm Rose. I'm a designer on Instagram. I work on design systems and specialize in app-wide language patterns. They had us at the Figma office on Monday to take new headshots, and this one's kind of outdated, so I'm actually just going to update it with the new one because I think they did a really, really good job. And she's going to come with us today. We're going to be going down a little bit of a rabbit hole, one that I went down when I was trying to fix a small craft problem, or what seemed like it, in our interface. But I promised to take us somewhere meaningful here, and I promised to leave you all with some questions you can ask yourself to understand when a product has the capacity to become load-bearing, and some considerations for all of us as design practitioners building for an online world. Before I can begin, there's three things you need to understand. The first is what a username is. A username is like a unique ID that's made up of characters. It represents an account. And you need to know what a display name is. A display name is kind of like their more custom or flexible counterpart. So for comedian Patty Harrison is her display name, and party_Harderson is her username. And the last thing you need to understand is that at Instagram, we've been using both with a little bit of inconsistency. And it was that last part that came to light for me a few years ago when I got this text from my friend John. He said, "Rose, I need you to press a few buttons while you're at work and get these bots away from me." He sent me this text with a screenshot that looked kind of like this. It was of his story viewer list getting likes from accounts that were spam. And this was a real phenomenon, by the way. Maybe you remember this moment, and there were like headlines and jokes online. And there were a number of reasons why this was happening, but one of the reasons that this was happening was because our story viewer list was showing display names rather than usernames, which allowed an account with maybe a meaningless username to add capital letters or inappropriate emojis, and then when they would like your story, rise up to the top of the list, it would create spam. And this was just one of the inconsistencies in our platform, but the rest of our interface was using usernames primarily to reference users. There were just some strays out there. So this kind of landed on my desk as a craft question of how should we fix these inconsistencies? Should we just change those instances to display or to username and move on with our lives? Or should we consider a completely different naming convention, maybe showing both in certain places or even using display names but with some mitigations? Part of the reason we might even consider using display names throughout our interface is because it's what the vast majority of other account-based social platforms already do. So this is TikTok. TikTok uses display names or custom names throughout their interface to reference users. You really only see someone's username on TikTok when you go to their profile. Facebook, of course, has never really had like user-facing unique IDs like a username in their interface. Twitter uses both. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And Snapchat primarily uses custom names. So I was wondering if most accounts use both of these kind of name fields, most social media platforms, and we're using both but in different ways. And what's the meaningful difference here? What do these mean to people, and which one should we use? For me, it's the difference between being at Rose MCMS and Rose McManus. So it's like kind of like my name, like you can see how I got there, you know, it's like hearkening to it. And it was right around this time that I started learning French, or trying to. And I picked up the habit of trying to read French philosophy in French, which was particularly unproductive, both for learning the language and understanding the theory. But it was around this time that I picked up the book Simulations by Jean Baudrillard. Baudrillard, he's a French media theorist from the 20th century who coined these concepts around simulacra and simulation. And they really provided a modern framework for understanding how media and technology shape society. To Baudrillard, a simulation is something that replaces reality with its representation. It's a representation or an abstraction from reality. For him, that often meant an image. But for me, I was realizing that my username was kind of like a simulation of my name. Now, Baudrillard's theory unfurls in 4 steps. The first step being a representation of reality, step 0 being reality. Step 2 being kind of a distortion of that representation. And the third step being a masked absence, something that seems like it doesn't contain reality but actually still does. Culminating in the 4th and final step, which he calls complete hyperreality, a stage at which something has become so simulated it no longer bears any relationship to its original form. It might even be its own original artifact now, like pumpkin spice latte coffee creamer, which contains no pumpkin. So if my username is like a simulation of my name, could this entire framework help me understand the meaningful difference between these 2 data fields? I thought about another example from my own life. My Gmail account that I made when I was 12 years old. My actual given name is the reality. I go by Rose. That gets nicknamed Rosie, idiomatically Rosie Posey, and that became posey910@gmail.com. And I still have this account today. So if a username can be at the end of Baudrillard's theory of simulation, then which of these data fields is more real? Which is better? Which should we use? I thought about my friend Mike. His username is MJM488, and his display name is Mike McCarty. And that's his birth name. So is that more real? That's like undeniably more real, right? I think we see this even more true in other parts of the world, places where they don't use the Latin alphabet, like in Korea, where the Korean language uses the Hangul alphabet. This is the K-pop star IU. Her Instagram handle is DLWLRMA. And I think at first this maybe seems already like complete hyperreality, like it's bearing no relationship with her Hangul name or even with her stage name. But actually, I think this is at the 3rd stage of Baudrillard's theory, because really DLWLRMA is Lee Ji-yoon's Hangul name typed out on a Korean keyboard, but backwards, distorted, while that keyboard is set to render Latin characters, almost like a cipher. And then her display name is her Hangul name typed out with one of the characters changed, so it's like a pun, and then her stage name, IU. And this example leverages some kind of Latinized name approximation, kind of. But we know that there are many users out there that have completely meaningless usernames that have no connection to their actual given name at all. And this happens because usernames have constraints. These are hard technical barriers that we've inherited from these being elements of the code base. For Instagram, that means you can't use things outside the Latin alphabet, but you also can't use emojis and special characters. And also, as we all know, there's 0 sum, so I can't use the username Rose because someone's already taken it. So you end up with a waterfall kind of like mine. Now, these are just anecdotes that exemplify these constraints, but it turns out almost everyone does this. Like this study of Russian-speaking users on Instagram, which found that the majority of Russian-speaking users are abstracting their name in some dimension or another, whether they're introducing their profession, like photograph, or just shortening their last name, like this person. And these are pretty straightforward. Maybe these even remind you of your own usernames. But a third category in this study were actually abstracting theirs even farther with bilingual or bi-alphabet wordplay, like this example of user Nippanyaki, which is a play on their background as a scholar studying Japan in wordplay with a Latinized version of a Russian word that means slight misunderstandings. And I was wondering if this extended to other platforms, and it kind of seemed like it did. Like on WeChat, which offers more alphabet flexibility in their username structures, still, majority of users are abstracting their name or representing it with some kind of either pinyin or Western name or even personal wishes and other identity markers. And in places that are linguistically rich, like Nigeria, we see people just taking shortcuts even. This study of TikTok usernames found that 15% of Nigerian users have their actual name in their TikTok username, while 40% have some kind of authenticity marker, such as real or official, in the username. Now, to me, the straightforward irony in these kinds of authenticity conventions is that they mean almost nothing for the actual authenticity of the account. Like for my friend Sahara, who for a long time across social media platforms has had the username Aaron Carter Official, which stirred a little bit of drama when the real Aaron Carter passed away. So in this simulation, the real Aaron Carter is Aaron Carter, but the real Aaron Carter Official is actually my friend Sahara. And I was seeing what happens even when a username reaches that fourth and final stage of hyperreality. And this study found that in online forums, sometimes the username itself is nicknamed in reference to that user, like this user whose username means ghostwriter and was sometimes just called Hamu or Ghost. So this reflects the fourth and final stage of hyperreality, where the original identity is less real than the simulated. And I think a great example of this complete state of simulation is the Twitter account Drill, which has gone by a number of usernames across Twitter and Instagram over the years. Right now on Instagram, he's at Drill, display name is Wint. Now, this account's identity was a secret for about 15 years until a few years ago when it was revealed it's just run by some guy named Paul. But it's kind of too late, and it doesn't really matter. And you end up with headlines like this, where Paul or Mr. Respect or the Dean or Wint, all these things that he's gone by, are less real than his Twitter handle Drill. So Drill is as Drill gets in this hyperreal simulation. And it kind of made me wonder if usernames are even supposed to represent you at all. After all, anonymity and pseudonymity, these are really important levers online. And this study was highlighting how those levers can actually afford intentional compartmentalization of identities and the creation of these hyperreal selves. And that can allow for things like creators or personal brands, like for creator Amy France, also known as Young Kombucha 420. Whose handle has become its own creator identity to such an extent that when she switched and started using the handle Amy France, she had to make clarifications of who she actually is. You may know me as Young Kombucha 420. And there could be an attachment to these hyperreal identities. Like for my friend Tanya, whose handle Will This Make Me Happy offers a question answered by each caption of her baking-themed Instagram. And I think this type of identity creation could happen to everyone in the future if we move farther from nominally representative usernames and farther into simulation. As usernames become scarce, I wondered if it would be embarrassing even to have a username that reflects who you are, like a sign of my age. After all, overly manicured usernames can feel kind of bygone. They feel like this Tumblr era, like Web 2.0 aesthetic, evocative of like the blogosphere. Like my friend's old Tumblr here, cool stuff glows, reblogging, black leather, pink lace. To me, these feel like they served a different function online, like they're expressing a different dimension of online identity that doesn't necessarily exist anymore. And even anonymous forums like Reddit have started to introduce display names. So I was wondering if that's where Instagram should head. And there was the consideration of what these entities mean to people, but also the considerations for our interface. Could we accommodate them? Usernames can be up to 30 characters, that's already quite long, but display names can be almost twice that. So would that afford creativity? Would it cause problems? Would it create risk? Like on Twitter, where the rollout of verification divorced from name matching let accounts like Patty Harrison's tweet as if they were brands. Now, what makes this particularly easy to be misled by is not just the name free-for-all, but the specific UI mechanics where a long display name can push out the username that comes after it. So depending on your font size and phone size, you might only see a handful of characters from her Twitter username, which again is not Patty Harrison, but actually Party Harderson. So I started to wonder what the future of online identity might hold. I wondered if maybe in a zero-sum world, it would ever make sense just to hand usernames out at birth, with each new baby getting a username. I wondered if I should reserve my grandkids' handles now, maybe they'll have names that take after me, but only if I can get my hands on those usernames. So then the username becomes hyperreal, with their given name being merely a simulation of their username. And after all of this consideration, I started to wonder what we should do in our interface to fix this problem. I went back to thinking about my original framework, where someone's name is the absolute reality. But that's when I realized I was thinking about this wrong, because your name isn't real either. It's still just a simulation attempting to depict you. Or in my case, me. No, sorry. The real me, right here. And if I'm the only thing that's real, then each of these becomes equal simulation, all just standing in for me. I think we used to imagine a separation between real and online, a difference in these worlds and spaces. But just as celebrities have done for ages, I think we've all chosen names for ourselves that are equally valid stand-ins for who we are. And just as Amy France is also known as Young Kombucha 420, Aaron Carter Official is also known as My Friend Sahara. Now, Baudrillard encouraged people to imagine a map tracing every corner of the world. He invited readers to question the implications of such a detailed, to-scale representation. Is it the same thing as reality, or is it something new? And to me, the internet is like this map. I love this stock image. I think it's so funny. And a map is useful because of its ability to leave information and context behind. But I think we overlook the new information gained through the constraints of the map, new understandings of the world and behavior created by things being simulated and transformed, essentially created by the map being designed. And those new understandings and that new behavior can be hard to shake, even if it happened incidentally. Think about your phone for a moment. Does it still look like this? If not, then why do we still use this iconography? I think it's because you wouldn't recognize a rounded rectangle as meaning phone call. The product choices that we make shape the world around us and reflect back to us. When we build products, we create infrastructure that real people carry with them and ultimately build around. So can these future grooves be predicted? I went back to thinking about the bots. Maybe we could have known that this might happen. Or maybe the fact that we couldn't is a testament to creativity. But can we ask ourselves questions to help us imagine it? I think that if you're evolving new paradigms, you have to look for possibility. You have to ask yourself what behavior you're enabling that is beyond your current imagination. And what happens when this scales 10 times or 1,000 times or 3 billion times? At Instagram, I'm often humbled by the ingenuity and creativity of our users. I think when all of us as product leaders build and design for the world around us, we have to ask what people are investing in what we're building. Is it their identity? Is it their livelihood? And what paradigms are we creating for the people who haven't been born yet? We can't predict the future, but we can use our imagination and think of human constraints with a little bit of awe and respect. So once I really understood what usernames had become in our ecosystem, the decision got clearer here. And slowly we began changing some instances back. So we kept usernames because they had already become an identity, an internet export for our users, a possibility that we couldn't have planned for. And I think when we design with these considerations in mind, we allow ourselves to be pro-possibility. And we open ourselves up to the world that we create and surrender some of the control. So at Instagram, usernames are a part of our identity, closer to who we are and our identity as part of the ecosystem that keeps growing, keeps changing, and keeps empowering creativity on the internet and in the real world. Thank you.
Wow, that was hashtag amazing. Thank you so much, Rose. I really love that talk.
I can't wait to scroll some Config 2026 reels later.
I guess speaking of Instagram, do I follow you?
I sure hope so. We'll have to look into that later.
I see Insta fame in your future.
Thank you. But first, our next talk before the break. The future is low tech. Lessons from the early 2000s. Please welcome Jezebel to the stage.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Woo! Awesome. Welcome to the future's low tech, lessons from the early 2000s. Show of hands, who here got to experience technology in the early 2000s? Hell yeah. And who here experienced this instead? Well, fast forward to today, and technology is getting more and more impressive, which could be exciting, except the user experience keeps getting worse. And the reason is because technology got really, really good at doing one specific thing, keeping us trapped inside. Well, in the early 2000s, the internet was a place that you visited. You'd have to walk up to the family computer, wait for it to boot up, check on your Neopets, and then you'd close it and go back to your life. But technology wasn't better in the early 2000s because designers were more ethical or more thoughtful. It was better because they hadn't yet been handed the business model that rewarded trapping the user. But by the end of the decade, ads became the main way that tech companies made money. So they began optimizing for time spent on the platform. And when the business model changed, the design changed with it. And we went from designing experiences for our users to designing engagement mechanisms that use their own nervous systems against them. So where does that leave us today? With a huge cultural divide. On one end, we're seeing people lose touch with reality by spending more time inside of systems that simulate connection and experience. And then on the other hand, we're seeing people so overwhelmed by technology that chucking their phones into a lake is starting to seem like the only way out. But what I propose is an in-between. Low tech. It means using the technology that we need with the ability to step back into our lives. But that shift requires us as designers to build technology around our users' needs, not just what generates the most profit. Of course, profitability will always be a goal, but it cannot be the only goal that we're optimizing for, because your users shouldn't be seen as a resource. They should be seen as a relationship. For many years, the dominant model has been extraction. Build something so compelling that your users cannot leave, harvest their attention, and then monetize the time that they spent trapped inside of your products. The user gives, the product takes. But a relationship implies reciprocity. Create real value for your user, and in turn, they give you their trust. And this is no longer just an ethical consideration. We're entering a period where tech companies will face increasing pressure to justify the effects of their product. As regulation, public awareness, and user expectations evolve, designing for your users' needs will become a competitive advantage. And the companies that succeed in the next generation of technology will be the ones that recognize this shift and start paying attention to it now. But before we dive into the lessons, I want to tell you why I got into this. So hi, I'm Jezebel DC. I am a tech anthropologist and a low-tech futurist. Much like how traditional anthropologists study the relationship between humans and their physical environment, I study the relationship between humans and their tech environments. And after over 4,000 hours of fieldwork studying how people navigate their digital lives, from entrepreneurs to CEOs to celebrities, I kept seeing the same thing. People are convinced that they're bad at technology. They blame themselves for their lack of focus, for their inability to put their phones down, and for feeling overwhelmed by the very tools that were supposed to make their lives easier. But that wasn't the case in the early 2000s. Interfaces were easier to navigate, and companies put a real effort into educating their users, mostly because personal computing was still so new that they had to help their users feel capable in order for adoption to happen. So I started asking myself this question. What would it look like if technology were designed for your nervous system instead of against it? If interfaces oriented you instead of disorienting you? And if technology returned you to your life instead of trying to replace it? So instead of theorizing about this, my co-founder and I are doing just that with the Lifestyle Lab. The Lifestyle Lab is a product ecosystem that incorporates a video game, education programs, and consulting experiences. So if we can design a game that helps people step away from their screens, programs that actually translate into real life, and consulting that turns user well-being into actual product decisions, then we have more than a philosophy. We have proof that the future of technology can be both profitable and human-friendly. Which is why I'm here, to show you how the early 2000s can teach us about building the technology that this future needs. All right, ready to start? I had to do it. Welcome back to the early 2000s. A slower, weirder, more human era of technology. These 4 lessons will teach us about clarity, orientation, real-life connection, and serving your user. For each lesson, we're going to examine an artifact, uncover the lesson it teaches us, and explore modern-day applications. Lesson 1. The artifact, Lego instructions. Lego instructions have 0 words, just full-color, step-by-step illustrations designed to be clear enough that a child with no reading ability can follow them without needing help from their parents. Lego has an entire team dedicated to building the model dozens of times in different ways to find the clearest possible sequence. And when the step becomes too complicated to communicate clearly, they don't add more explanation. They simplify the build. In other words, the instructions aren't just there to teach the user. They're a diagnostic tool for designers to see where the experience requires more clarity. And over the years, Lego started embedding even more clarifying elements, like numbered bags, piece callouts, and logical stopping points to make the process even easier to follow. So what's the lesson? If it requires an explanation, it needs a redesign. In modern tech, we often do the opposite. If it requires an explanation, we pile on tooltips, onboarding flows, and help centers with hundreds of articles. These products assume that their users will have the time and patience to figure things out, and their drop-off rates suffer because of it. If your product requires an explanation before it can be used, you're asking your user to do the work that the design should have done itself. Because the strongest products teach through the experience by embedding guidance directly into the product. Thank you. Here's how companies are applying that. The No Name brand is a grocery brand that embedded clarity right into the visual identity of their product by making its package radically clear. They don't have farm fresh, not from concentrate organic apple juice. They have apple beverage. Most brands layer on marketing language that the customer has to process before making a decision, but the No Name brand reduces confusion by just saying it exactly like it is. And Super Mario Bros. Does this by embedding instructions directly into the first level of gameplay. From their original World 1-1 to their most modern games, it introduces a mechanic, lets you try it, raises the stakes, and then builds up on it. So before the end of the first level, players have learned all of the mechanics without reading a single line of instruction. And at the Lifestyle Lab, we embed clarity by using physical space logic for our interfaces. This is a co-living tool that roommates can use to organize shared living, but instead of a traditional software interface, we designed it to look like a physical environment because A, it's much more fun to interact with, but B, humans have evolved to understand physical spaces. So rather than having to look through a menu, chores can be found on the bulletin board, notes are left in the glass jar, and meetings happen on the beanbag chair. All right, lesson 2. The artifact, loading bars. On a technical level, loading bars existed because things back then genuinely took time to load. But psychologically, loading bars served another purpose: orientation. Orientation tells the nervous system, you're not lost, you're not stuck, something is happening. And loading bars were just one of many orientation cues that were used in the early 2000s. Seeing an obvious hover animation signaled that the button was in fact clickable, and hearing the camera shutter confirmed that the photo had been taken. Every single one of these cues answered one of 4 questions. Where am I? What's happening? Can I interact with this? And did my action work? And when those questions are finally answered, your nervous system can actually settle into the experience. So what's the lesson? Disorientation creates dependency. Orientation creates trust. When an infinite scroll, push notifications, and algorithmic feeds got introduced, our need for orientation increased. But instead, many platforms use that need against us, turning cues into dark patterns that create urgency, pressure, and distraction. But because the more disoriented users become, the harder it is for them to resist harmful loops. Which is why, as designers, it is our responsibility to create environments that support human behavior, not exploit it. And it's not enough to just design something that is not exploitative. We have to actively design experiences that help regulate our users' nervous systems to counteract the rest of their reality. Otherwise, we risk losing them not because our product is bad, but because their nervous systems are already maxed out before they even arrive. Here's how companies are applying that. Shazam orients its users by making every state of the product super obvious. Their users might be at a party, mid-conversation, and want to catch the song before it ends. So Shazam orients them fast, gives them the answer, and then gets out of the way, like this. It's one giant button, a listening state, a searching state, and then a very obvious confirmation state. IKEA orients its users by turning the whole store into a giant map. The arrows are huge, the room labels are obvious, and paths are drawn right on the floor. And this is smart because how else would they offset the overwhelm of navigating a massive warehouse on a very stressful, very packed Saturday afternoon? And at the Lifestyle Lab, we orient our users on our website by designing in very obvious hover states like these. And whenever we design a presentation like this one, instead of having a standard sequential slide navigation, we design a menu-style navigation that allows you to preview the entire experience beforehand so that you know where you are within it at all times. And we also use the cursor to reduce the disorientation that happens when sections change. It guides your eye through the transition so you know where to look next. And lastly, we indicate lesson completion by designing in a very clear moment of closure, like this. All right, lesson 3. The artifact, Pokemon. In the early 2000s, there was a rise of products that extended digital experiences into the real world, like Pokemon, who took something that began on a Game Boy and extended it into an entire ecosystem of trading cards, toys, handbooks, and tournaments. By creating reasons for people to connect in the real world, the brand became woven into their everyday lives. It didn't just build a product that people could play, it built a world that they could participate in. So what's the lesson? Technology should activate reality, not replace it. Most products today replace real-world behavior, yeah. Most products today replace real-world behaviors with digital approximations of them. We consume community instead of participating in it, we watch experiences instead of having them, and we signal identity instead of developing it. But technology should be the bridge that helps people engage more deeply with reality by encouraging action beyond the screen. Here's how companies are applying that. Strava does this for runners and cyclists. Their app doesn't just track movement, but it turns the physical world into a social interface and encourages their users to move through their city. And people even began creating Strava art by completing routes that trace giant drawings across the map. These are the weird human things that start happening when technology gives people a chance to interact with reality. Tinder's also an interesting example. Most dating apps trap users into an exhausting loop of swiping, matching, messaging, disappearing, and reappearing. But Tinder responded to the swipe fatigue by announcing in March that even amid a broader push to announcing AI-powered matching features, they also announced in-person events. which tells us something, that even Tinder is realizing that better digital matching is not enough. The real product problem is the handoff between possibility and reality. Because an app can create the feeling of connection, but an event can create the actual conditions for real connection to happen. And here's how we're activating reality in the Lifestyle Lab. In the video game, players move to an intentional community where they form relationships, navigate daily life, and participate in the culture of the town. But the game doesn't just simulate better ways of living, it translates them into real life. One of the mechanics of the game is co-living, where players move in with roommates. Hold on, let me take you there. Okay, we're here. Players learn to share a space, coordinate chores, communicate needs, and build systems that allow the household to function smoothly. But learning doesn't just stay in the game. Players unlock the real-world version of that system that they can use with their actual roommates. So as their avatar levels up in the game, so do they in real life. Lesson 4. The artifact, Animal Crossing. Yeah. Animal Crossing was built to mirror the cadence of real life. It used the console's internal clock, so if it was morning in your life, it was morning in the game. And if it was winter outside, it was winter in your town. Stores closed and characters went to sleep, which meant that at times there was just less to do. And those limits created natural stopping points that let the players go. And Nintendo could design that way because the business model wasn't based on monetizing engagement. They had already been paid when you bought the game. So instead of designing for retention, they were free to design for anticipation. So what's the lesson? If it requires attention, engagement starts driving the product. Most tech products today are built with an anxious attachment style, constantly afraid that you'll leave, using fear tactics and manipulation to keep you trapped. But healthy technology is built with a secure attachment style, confident that your users will come back because of the value that you create. The challenge is that even when designers want to build healthier experiences, the business model is often pulling in the opposite direction. But when the success of your business is tied to the success of your user, the design can start moving in the same direction. Here's how companies are applying that. Pinterest recently launched a campaign around the slogan, "The best thing you can find online is a reason to go offline." That's a pretty radical statement for a tech company to make, especially one whose business model is based on ad revenue. How can they remain commercially successful by telling their users to go offline? Well, Pinterest's answer to that is to shorten the distance between inspiration and action. Because left unchecked, inspiration can become a form of entertainment in itself, an endless collection of recipes never cooked and projects never started. But a backyard mood board isn't valuable because it was collected. It's valuable because someone bought the twinkle lights, set the table, and invited their friends over. But Pinterest doesn't have to keep their users online forever in order to remain commercially successful. If they can help someone find the right idea faster, buy what they need with less friction, and spend more time actually living the idea than searching for it, then both sides win. Time Left organizes curated dinners between strangers, but instead of selling one-off tickets, they move toward a subscription model. And this is not just a pricing model, this is what aligns their business success with their users' success. Because Time Left does make more money with recurring subscriptions, but people also build better connections when they keep showing up. So again, both sides win. And they've taken this one step further by diversifying their revenue through brand partnerships built around social connection. This is important because it means that the business can grow by creating more opportunities for people to connect in real life, not just by charging the user more. And at the Lifestyle Lab, our challenge was, how do we keep the game accessible for the people that it was built for without building a business model that depends on keeping them trapped inside? Because our goal is to help players practice skills that they can use outside the game. So designing a business spent around the time spent in the game would be working against our goal. So instead of asking, how do we monetize the user, we asked, who else benefits when our users learn these skills? Well, schools benefit when students are better prepared for the future. Workplaces benefit when teams are more organized. And communities benefit when their members have more practical tools for living, communicating, and supporting each other. So instead of making our user carry the cost, We built our model around the institutions that benefit from our users' growth. That way, our revenue doesn't have to come from extracting our user. It comes from the value created when the user becomes more capable. Because that's the thing, our business model decides what our product is free to become. And if the success of our business is dependent on our users becoming more capable, then serving our user becomes how our company survives. In the last 4 lessons, we learned to embed clarity, to provide orientation, to activate reality, and to serve our users. As designers, we are responsible for creating the conditions of our shared reality. Every product in this room shapes how people spend their time, move through the world, and connect to each other and themselves. So if we want to build a reality where our users are cared for, we have to integrate these principles into how we build. Because the companies that succeed in the next generation of technology won't be the ones that fight to steal the most attention. They'll be the ones that earn the return. Thank you.
Thank you, Jezebel.
It's now time to take a quick pause for the cause, that cause being anything you want it to be.
That's right. Stretch out, grab a bite, meet a few new friends.
That's right. We'll see you back here at 12:50.
Please welcome back your hosts.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isaac.
And my name is Majola. Welcome back to the Level 2 stage.
Unlike the title of this next talk, I hope everybody got a chance to get some lunch.
Well, I hope you're still hungry because we still have a lot to feast on in these upcoming talks.
Well, let's get to it then. It's time to learn how Notion rebuilt their design system while everyone's still eating. Please welcome to the stage Shauna and Tamara.
Let's get it.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Hi. We just did planks backstage, so I think we're ready.
Ready.
My name is Tamara,
And I'm Shauna.
and we are part of Notion's design system team, established officially in July 2025. So it wasn't that long ago that our CEO, Ivan, tweeted that Notion doesn't have a design system. We're here to tell you the story of how we got from here to here. A year-long journey full of meatballs and icon factories and slapping agents on the wrist.
We'll get into the weeds of not only what it took to establish a design system, but also what it took to migrate a huge code base over to use it, which is a feat that we've likened to whipping off a tablecloth at a dinner party while everyone is still eating, and also putting a new tablecloth on at the same time.
So let's start with the dinner party. How did Notion make it this far without a design system? For some, Ivan's claim was surprising. Notion has a reputation for being a design-led company with a mission to help you build beautiful tools for your life's work. We're reminded of this every day in a very physical way, whether it's our obsession with designer chairs, or the textures and colors of our shared spaces, or the books that populate our shelves. Remember that last one. That one will come later. All of this reinforces our shared intuition and the idea that good design is part of Notion's DNA. In other words, we don't need a traditional design system because pixel perfect is in our bones.
But then, of course, things change, growth happens, and pixel perfect becomes this, and this. What is the tooltip doing? And this.
Focus ring is cut off.
Yikes. So the problems of not having a design system started to compound in multiple ways. One of them, of course, being visual, and the other being an increasingly bad developer experience. The components we had were confusing to use. How do these work together? What if is orange and is blue are true at the same time? And what is this?
This
What is this?
existed.
This is
We're just
real.
going to pause and let you soak that in.
That was real, guys.
It was also hard to know which components to use in the first place. This is a visualization of Notion's entire code base, or what we call the meatball. Zooming in a bit, each of these colored dots is a bit of code, and each colored line is a bit of code depending on another bit of code. We had no isolated home for design system components, which meant many developers making reusable components that all do the same thing with no direction on which one to use, or sometimes some direction in the form of new final, version 5 final.
And because everything lived in that big tangled meatball, we started to be really limited in what we could share with new projects that lived outside of the meatball. Wanting to import one thing from the design system meant importing everything.
It's kind of like trying to take off a tablecloth and everything on the table has been sewed to it.
Yikes. So teams gave up and made their own little component libraries and mini design systems, and we had lots and lots of meatballs.
You can never have too many. And finally, a quick bit of trivia. This particular bit of code used styles as how we did styling in our app. Hint, it's just plain JavaScript objects set as inline styles everywhere. That's right. We don't really use CSS. Like, we really don't use CSS.
Did you want a pseudo class? Because you can't have one.
What's a colon hover? Never heard of her.
Yikes. So this is what we were up against when we set off to introduce a design system at Notion. And what was really key to our understanding of how to approach this huge bit of work is knowing what a design system really is at its core, which is just a set of shared decisions. It doesn't have to just be a component library or commandments from on high or a bunch of buttons. It's a set of decisions that you've all agreed on over years of mess and refinement. It's what gives your product a soul. It's what makes it feel like it's yours.
The hard part, of course, is actually making those decisions. We needed to define who is responsible for them, communicate about them, have a clear process for changing them in addition to actually acting on them. So we started on, in other words, what even is the tablecloth? We started with our most foundational decisions, like our colors, type, icons, and more. Our color system was the first we tackled and one of the most complicated. In addition to light mode and dark mode, we have full color palettes for user-controlled content where users can combine colors in very unpredictable ways. That means sometimes colors should be transparent and layered, so you can always see them no matter what order they're in. And sometimes they do need to be opaque. If you can't see what's happening here, those two pinks should be the same pink, and that white part definitely shouldn't be there. Oops. We had multiple generations of color systems cohabitating in our code base, from hard-coded colors to the introduction of light and dark mode values to new semantic tokens that generalize the roles of text primary, text secondary, but didn't necessarily have the same roles for every color. So you might have blue tertiary, but not yellow tertiary. And new semantic tokens that we landed on for our color system today, which is based on the idea that there should be the same tokens in every palette, translucent versions for every opaque color, allowing us to never worry about reaching for something that isn't there. And allows us in Figma and code to very easily change the theme of our UI in one fell swoop. In defining this new color system, we did have some mishaps, like trying a bold new yellow that we had to revert a bit. But in the end, we were able to come up with a system that can handle the same UI we know and love, but also support much more advanced theming in the future, including accessibility features like high contrast mode, which is now just mapping some new values. Yeah, coming to a Notion near you. Working on it earlier today.
Now, on the icon side of things, we had the tremendous task of standardizing and replacing thousands of icons, many of which were duplicative but had different opinions on stroke weight, how they were sized in their viewbox, or generally just who they wanted to be. Yikes. We decided this was an opportunity to really define what Notion feels like at the atomic level, and drew our own icon set, totally unique to Notion, with consistent sizing system and, if I may, a distinctly elegant art style. I say we, but this was the handiwork of literally one person, the GOAT, Paul Valou.
Who's right there in the second row.
Who drew thousands of icons in the roaring furnaces of the now infamous Figma file, Paul's Icon Factory. We just have to appreciate Paul's beautiful icons. Aren't they gorgeous?
Amazing.
Wow.
This is one person doing their life's work.
Life's work. AI could never.
Okay, so now we had our foundations defined in Figma, and it was time to bring it all into the code base. We did this by writing custom scripts that anyone could run whenever there were changes that needed to be synced. And we're able to automate things we previously did manually, ad hoc, and sometimes not at all, like optimizing SVGs, converting RGBA to OKLCH, transforming text into REMs, new system-wide capabilities with a single command. So much code being dumped into our lovely code base. Great, we like it. Oh no. Shauna, what about this meatball?
What about that meatball? Oh, gosh. Well, now that we have these new foundations, these sources of truth, we needed to start untangling what we already had and decide what belonged in the design system and what did not. So we needed to make a declaration of which components we as a team owned and were responsible for, as well as a declaration of what a good reusable component actually looks like. No is red here. And find a new home in the meatball where we could start cordoning off components that we deemed worthy. And then we have to start doing mass migrations, which we did not only for colors, icons, and type, but for layout components, buttons, selects, all those things. And that large-scale work could easily be a candidate for letting AI just run in the background and deal with the whole thing. And sometimes it was. For these more mechanical migrations, we'd prompt coding agents to write plans in Notion, like this one. This is a real one. And then, after sharing the plan with the team and incorporating feedback, we can send an agent off to execute and easily verify the output by type checking or unit testing or whatever.
But we found that agents struggled with more delicate work, like comparing our old colors to new colors, even when we tried fancy formulas proclaiming to match human perception. And they also struggled to detect the difference between this and this, which you'd think is a matter of having some numbers match, but is really about how an icon was drawn in its view box. So more art than science, and something that even humans might not be able to catch. All that said, where agents struggled to do certain types of work, they were able to help us in other ways. We ended up using a combination of Claude Code and Notion MCP to introspect the code base, create deprecation trackers in Notion, which gave us metadata on what we were trying to migrate and help us strategize what to tackle first. In the case of icons, for example, we had 529 icons that were only used once somewhere in the app, and sometimes in obscure features that we didn't know how to reproduce. We knew we could use agents to do these low-risk replacements, but we needed an automated way to be able to visually test their work. So this is where a tool called Meticulous came in.
We love Meticulous. This isn't sponsored. It's not sponsored. We just love Meticulous.
It's not sponsored by them. We're just going to say their name a lot. It's fine. Meticulous runs the background of all of our developers' local environments and quietly records their clicks, scrolls, and user activity in general. They then replay that activity based on our changes and alert us on our pull requests of any visual regressions. That means if I remove and change or change a single icon, I can view diffs and flows that I didn't trigger myself. So this is the before, the after, and the diff. Wow. Nice. Now back to this table. We could then create a pipeline where Claude auto-creates a PR for all of these rows, and we wait for Meticulous to check each of them. We can review the diffs, approve differences, and then make informed decisions about whether we actually need to manually verify ourselves. That's amazing.
Wow, so cool. But Meticulous didn't always have a diff for us. It helped us cut down really significantly on the amount of manual verification we needed to do, though, as we were replacing hundreds and hundreds, I did say thousands of icons. But slowly and surely, all the hard work paid off. We replaced every single icon in the Notion web app. And we established one text component, one way to do layout, one proper button, and so much more.
And finally, over the course of an epic 56-part run, we finally migrated all of our colors to use CSS variables. Wow.
CSS is the future.
We're in the future.
Amazing. So what did we learn on this grand journey? Design system migration work seems like a perfect candidate to be done with AI, so it's tempting to just throw the whole problem at it. But then when it doesn't do it quite right, it fails, you feel like AI is the failure, and you're the failure because everybody says it should have been easy, it should have done the whole thing.
But a lot of the work is actually a long chain of small steps that is implicit, not just how the work gets done, but which work should get done and in what order and at what level of risk. If you make that thinking explicit, you break down those steps, tackle them independently, and you get to decide if AI takes it on, your teammate takes it on, or if you believe it's important enough for you to invest your own blood and sweat in, if you think that you should draw a bazillion icons. And honestly, I think that the effort shows in the result.
It does. So we were able to get a lot done as a team, but there's only so much that we can do on our own and with our coding agents. So at one point, we need to start teaching humans and robots some table manners. This is a chart showing vaguely the number of front-end commits being made to our code base, starting from 2022 until now. As you can see, it's going up and up and up, and with AI and a ton of agents now in the mix, is growing exponentially in the past year.
Meanwhile, excuse me, that little blue line is how many engineers we have working on the design system. So somewhere in there is me and Shauna and a weird half engineer that we're not going to explain, but is actually Irat, who was working with us part-time, but is now full-time. So, as a small team, what's our loudspeaker? How can we communicate to the people sitting at the table that they should please stop using the tablecloth as a napkin? How do we enforce the patterns that we've built without slowing people down?
Well, there's a lot of ways to do that. And we realize they tend to kind of fall on this spectrum of easily ignorable to completely unavoidable. So at the most ignorable end of the spectrum, you have things like documentation, JSDoc comments, and announcement posts. I love silly ones. You can tell people, you can be whimsical about it, and people might read it, or they might not.
So you move closer to the middle. Instead of hoping that someone comes across our docs or checks Slack, we can intervene via the work surface they interact with every day. So we can add things like deprecate tags that trigger strike-throughs, or add lint warnings that show little yellow squiggles and hints in the code, which slowly raise awareness that maybe what you're doing isn't officially recommended and you should go talk to someone.
Or then you have the final category, the unavoidable things, the blockers. These could be end-to-end tests, unit tests. But our favorite is called ratcheting. It's like mega linting. If there's a pattern we want to deprecate, we can add it to a file where all usages of the pattern are tracked, and that number can only go down like a ratchet strap. If the number of lint errors goes up, you get loud warnings, and you can even block PRs from merging with our friendly bot named Doug. This system was actually built long before the design system team was born, but it fits right into design system migration work. It's the perfect amount of friction to slowly proliferate good code over time.
By the way, Doug is named after computing pioneer Doug Engelbart, but this Doug is not very popular.
No, he's really not. So anyway, speaking of bots, look at this one. Look at this bot.
Oh, hi.
So this is a coding agent that doesn't care about anything that we've just been talking about this whole time. This coding agent doesn't read Slack, maybe, or knows that your editor is showing a little yellow squiggle under the prop. You have to assume that it's going to try to do anything it can to get around the rules that you've set. So how do you apply this spectrum to something that would rather hard code a style than use the right component? You can add bold style guidelines to your agent instruction files, please. You can make skills tailored for front-end work, but as I'm sure many of you know, sometimes AI doesn't read. And leaning into the far end of the spectrum, that unavoidable end gets more and more important. The good news, though, is that things that were unavoidable for humans are also unavoidable for agents, like those ratchet errors in PR blockers. But, you know, AI is still going to find a way to hard code the styles and get around the rules any way it can. Just recently this happened. We explicitly lint against style props, but AI made it happen anyway.
It did it with a ref. Honestly, it earned our respect.
No, I crashed out. I crashed out. No. But of course, this isn't actually the agent's fault. It just takes the path of least resistance. And our job is to make sure that that path is the right one. Basically, make the right way the easy way. Sharing guidance is helpful for spreading awareness of what your design system team is doing and getting people engaged. But knowing when to escalate from guidance to unavoidable guarantees is super important. Your design system has to enforce itself. And we just got to keep leaning into unavoidable because the party's not going to stop.
Nope.
We're still partying. Dinner party.
Okay, well, this is the symbol that we are coming to an end. This illustration was done by Roman, and we're sorry for debasing it with this horrible animation. It's been an honor to share all of our work this past year, so thanks for listening. So we just spent a ton of time talking about the ways we've been codifying and standardizing and systematizing. But as we come to an end, I wanted to bring us back here. And the idea that our design system is just a set of shared decisions around how our particular company expresses its heart and soul, and that putting everything in the system is not the point. Even as we go back and forth on what color the tablecloth should be or what hot new silverware we might swap in, ultimately our greatest concern is how our dinner party makes people feel and how we adapt as a constant stream of new and old friends sit down at the same table.
In a way, we can look again to our shared physical spaces to see how to strike this balance. We have offices all over the world, but anytime you step into one, you know you're at Notion the moment you see a familiar lamp or a framed poster, not hung up, but on the floor, which is an intentional choice. It serves as a reminder that we can change, we can move, but our shared decisions will continue to keep us connected.
One of our favorite quotes that we feel captures this nicely is by Christopher Alexander, as interviewed in Stuart Brand's How Buildings Learn. This was that book that we pointed out earlier. The context of his quote is, how do you build buildings that adapt to their inhabitants over time? But it felt highly relevant to how we think about our work. You want to be able to mess around with it and progressively change it to bring it into an adapted state with yourself, your family, the climate, whatever. This kind of adaptation is a continuous process of gradually taking care.
Wow.
So nice.
So nice. So we have one last story to share from deep in Notion lore that we hope gives you some insight into our version of continually taking care. So these 4 barely indistinguishable screenshots were shared in a Slack channel one fateful Monday and led to a 70-message-long discussion about a 1-pixel difference in the border radius of our checkboxes. Some liked 2, it's consistent with the tables. Some liked 1 for how distinct it felt, and there was dissent from all angles. So, of course, the decision made was 1.5.
It's still 1.5.
It is.
This level of derangement is why we both love working at Notion so much, why we have confidence that the heart and soul of Notion will never get systematized away, and while we'll keep enjoying all of the small half-pixel decisions we make together for years to come.
We sure will.
Thank you.
Thank you
That's
so
it.
much. And thank you to our team who's worked so hard on everything.
Wow. Thank you, Tamara and Shauna. What a dynamic duo.
That's right. Well, I hope you're still energized because these next speakers are ready to rock it. They're going to show you how they're leveraging AI and Figma to move sonic fast. Give it up for Emily Strobel and Will Hobbick.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily. I'm a design leader focused on our design system and our AI chat experiences.
Awesome. Hey everybody, my name is Will Hobbick. I lead design engineering at Rocket. Today, Emily and I are proudly representing Rocket Design, the design organization from Rocket companies. That includes Rocket Mortgage, Redfin, Rocket Money, among many others. Today, we're going to share how Rocket is embedding Figma's ecosystem deep within the product development lifecycle to help transform one of the most complex journeys in a person's life, and that's home ownership.
At the center of everything Rocket builds is our mission, to help everyone home. Home ownership is one of the biggest decisions someone will ever make. It's also one of the most complex.
In 2026, only about 13% of Americans believe that homeownership is truly within reach. Those that started the home buying journey, they took on average 10 weeks to go through that process. And for first-time homeowners, that took about 4 months. Those that started the 10-week process, 61% of millennial buyers and 65% of Gen Z home buyers reported crying at least once during the home buying journey. Not a great stat.
Yeah, not our best. This is Rocket's focus, supporting 1 in 6 homeowners in America through that process. In 2025, that challenge grew tenfold. Rocket's servicing book grew from 2 million to 10 million homes overnight with the acquisition of Mr. Cooper. In addition, we added 50 million monthly active users to our top of funnel by acquiring Redfin. Rocket became the first end-to-end home ownership platform. Search, tours, offers, applications, inspections, all in one experience. Our AI-powered platform handles 800,000 chats, sends over 1.8 million text messages, and exchanges over 160 million calls each year with clients navigating one of the most stressful moments of their financial lives. At the end of the day, people don't experience homeownership as a single transaction. They experience it as thousands of uncertain moments. Late night questions, financial anxiety, confusing paperwork, waiting for approval, fear of making the wrong decision. At Rocket, we design for those moments. That means injecting the feeling of home ownership, think safety, community, nostalgia, through details like our Viewfinder homepage hero. It means creating clarity in processes that are historically complex, like showcasing clear processes and timelines. It means building trust where confidence is fragile, like showcasing real personalized estimates. And reducing cognitive load when decisions feel overwhelming, like pre-filling client information that we already know. Rocket has been building for homeowners for 40 years. Born in Detroit, shaped by decades of trust, process, and institutional knowledge. It also means we've spent 40 years building systems, tooling, and workflows at a massive scale. That legacy gives us an incredible foundation for AI, while also making transformation way more complex than starting from scratch. You saw the numbers. Our platform covers everything from home search to signing. Home purchases happen at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. You can't serve that many homeowners across that many surfaces at that speed without AI. Our scale demands it. And the results reflect that urgency. We're shipping 5 times faster than 2 years ago, and AI adoption is no longer isolated to a few early adopters. So let's start small. The smallest unit of design at Rocket is a token. Every color, radius, shadow, motion curve, all of it has semantic meaning attached to it. The token name tells you why it exists, not just the value it holds right now. In Figma, these live as variables. Designers aren't picking hex codes out of a color picker. They're making semantic choices that are already connected to the right values for the right context. You can apply variables to most everything systems related, like illustrations. And switching from light mode to dark mode. Okay, let's think a little bit bigger. Built on top of these tokens is Nova, our design system. Nova components aren't just Figma artboards. Let me show you what I mean. Every visual property traces back to a semantic token. If you inspect any component in Nova, every value resolves to a named decision. That's what makes it portable across platforms, themes, and AI agents. We annotate for intent, development requirements, interaction states, content guidelines, the things that don't survive a screenshot, but absolutely matter in production. And through Code Connect, every component already has its implementation code maintained by our systems team attached. Because all of this lives in Figma, the Figma MCP can read it. An AI agent can grab the right snippet for a new surface. It can build a page from Nova components, retrieve what tokens a component uses, and verify whether a coded implementation actually matches the design file. All of that is the infrastructure layer. You don't see it when you're using it, but without it, nothing we're about to show you would be possible. Now, let's talk about Rocket Assist. Rocket Assist is our AI-powered chat experience. It's the interface where clients go when they need real-time help during their homeownership journey. It's one of the most important surfaces. When someone's wondering whether they'll qualify or confused about what they need to do next, this is where they turn. We're going to walk through how one component, the pre-approval letter component, went from shipped production-ready component and how Figma's ecosystem was the connective tissue the whole way through.
Awesome. Thanks, Emily. Who's ready for a demo? Okay, so here we are in Figma, and like most teams, we typically start with a PRD. So that would be our product partners or engineering partners or design or research partners getting in the room together to discuss the requirements for what we're about to deliver. And let's assume that our designer already reviewed the PRD and put together this component that you can see here, the pre-approval letter component. So at first glance, it looks pretty good, right? There's pretty good spacing, the colors look good, and if we jump into Figma, you can see the setup is using most of Figma's features. We're using slots. We also have different tokens being used here. So this is where most teams would simply take this and hand it off to their engineering team. But again, we want to go a step further and really utilize Figma's ecosystem here. For Rocket specifically, we also want to meet the user where they're at. We talked about how complex the homeownership journey really is. And so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to take that initial component that was drafted, and we're actually going to do research to compare a blue variant and a green variant. It seems small, but again, when you're serving 1 in 6 Americans, everybody's going to respond differently to receiving that pre-approval letter within the AI chat experience. So in this case, we're, again, utilizing Figma's features. So if we click in here, you can actually see we have a blue theme and we have a green theme. We're still using slots. And now we can move over to Figma Make to do research. Most teams, again, would typically maybe present this in a static screenshot, but we're trying to go a step further and actually prototype this chat flow for someone going through this experience. So let's jump over to Figma Make. All right, so now I've jumped over to Figma Make. And on the left side, if you're not familiar, is the AI chat experience. And on the right side, we're rendering a prototype that we've put together. Now, this prototype is an AI chat prototype that we've shared with all Rocket teammates. So rather than having to rely on AI or hook that up with an engineer, they can go in here and preview a live chat experience and then use a basic node editor, if you're familiar, right, to add things like a bot message or a user message. And so that results in this chat flow experience. So anyone at Rocket can use this and now test out new components in the chat. So in this case, we simply went over to Figma, we copied both of these components, and we pasted them in chat, and then asked the AI agent to add this component to the chat flow editor as a new node. So you can see it took 2 messages. The first one was the actual component. The second was providing the SVGs. And now you can see it's rendered live here. And if I jump into this node editor as well and zoom in, I can change this to the green variant. And we can store this in Airtable. We can store this wherever we want. And then we can one-click publish this as well. So we can provide it to our research panel to get more accurate results, right? A real representation of what the AI chat might look like. All right, so now we've been in Figma Make. Let's jump back over to Figma Design. So again, the power of the Figma ecosystem here is that everything works together. So we have our components, and if we scroll over to the right, you can see that we've actually put our research results directly on the canvas. We can use things like Figma plugins, something like user testing to embed the research results right in the canvas, or we could build a component or add frames here. And then we can embed the Figma Make prototype directly within the design file here. Of course, the new features might change this a little bit. You can do this significantly faster, so excited to try that out. But here, a product manager, an engineer, any stakeholder could come in this file and see what research was done, the results, and the prototype that was used. So in this case, let's see the winner. It looks like it was variant B, which is the green component. So again, somebody might take this and say, great, I'm ready for engineering handoff. Let's pass this over the wall, right? But at Rocket, we want to make sure we're sticking with our design system that we work so hard to maintain. And as we're using AI, that's incredibly important. So Figma released a great new feature to check for design system drift, and we can use that now. So we have the component here. Again, looks great. First glance, everything looks pretty good. But if we right-click on this and click Check Designs, we can see that we actually have some detached colors here. We have a text fill that actually is not meeting contrast standards for accessibility. Super important, again, when you're serving 1 in 6 Americans. And then if we go over to dimensions, we can also see we have some detached dimensions as well. So we can easily hover over, see where those exist, and select the replacement. So just, again, continuing to use the Figma ecosystem here to make sure we're not drifting from the design system. Now let's assume the designer replaced all of the hard-coded hex colors and the dimensions. We, at Rocket, created a skill that uses the Figma MCP to analyze the design, and we love the new annotations tool that was added to the Figma MCP, so we can automatically annotate layers as well with different questions around accessibility or asset exporting, etc. So I know it might be a bit hard to read, but for example, this icon here, the annotation calls out directly that this isn't a part of our design system. It's not an icon used. So when the developer needs to implement this, they need to make sure to export it, or we need to get it added. Same thing for accessibility, right? Or how this number reacts. If we have a number that's quite long, does it wrap? Does it scale down? How do we approach that? A typical designer might just review this, hand it off, and then the designer or the developer might come back with several questions. So the designer can easily take these annotations, double-click into them, and make changes. All right, so we've seen quite a lot of the Figma ecosystem so far. Let's, again, go one step further. So let's assume that the designer went through and put together this component. Again, looks pretty good, right?
Looks great, yeah.
Awesome. So we have annotations noting the custom icon. We have a note about what happens when there's too many characters. We talk about min and max width, right? And this is the real powerful part when we start to use the MCP for implementation. So now we're going to move out of Figma and jump into VS Code. All right, so I'm now in VS Code. Hopefully you can see this zoomed in quite a bit. We're looking at a blank chat right now. On the right side, you can see I have 4 chat messages, or chat conversations. One is to create a blank React project for this demo. Another is to install our design system. Another is to implement Storybook. So let's jump into this. You can see we sent 1 chat message. And this uses a skill which essentially instructs the agent to not try to do everything with the Figma MCP output all at once. As we know, context very, very important here. So we're going to instruct it to first start by implementing an initial draft of the component, then take a look at the annotations and make adjustments to the component, then do one last pass at the component to replace any classes, utilities, etc. with our design system. So that way we're taking a more structured approach versus trying to have the agent do everything all at once. So if we were to look at what was passed in with the metadata, we can see things like the custom badge image is automatically included, right? If we look at the annotation comments, these are automatically included in the metadata, right? We can even scroll down here and see that, we can see that our design system documentation was also passed along with the component. So the agent has everything it needs to effectively implement this component. And this was just 1 chat message. Now we recognize this isn't always going to happen, but let's take a look at what the one-shot generation looks like. So here we have Storybook. Let me reload this, resize a bit, and it looks pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So now we have this component. It's matching the design that we put together. The icons are the right size, etc. Now, again, this isn't just a visual match. If we jump into the code, we can see that it's using our Nova button, our Nova icons. It's using our utilities as well. And it's also listening to some of the things we noted out, like the H2 for the largest number in the component. So now we've implemented the component, but now we can use the Figma MCP one last time to do a visual and code pass and compare that to the initial design. So again, we created a skill to do so. If we jump into the skill, I know there's quite a lot of text here, but just focus on the output. You can see that this skill uses Playwright to pull up Storybook, take a screenshot of the component, and then we also do the same with Figma and compare the code and the visual representation to see if we have a match throughout. So again, it looks pretty good. Maybe there's some small visual notes here, but just like that, we implemented a component with our design system with the Figma ecosystem. So that's a live demo. Let's jump back into the presentation. All right, so again, we went from PRD to initial draft, We took that draft and we did research on it, took the research results, and then prepared the design for engineering handoff, checking for design system drift, annotating for a number of different things. We then nailed the implementation with the AI agent and then reviewed that implemented component against the initial design in Figma. This is the power of embedding Figma's ecosystem deep within the product development lifecycle. And the results are real business outcomes too. This isn't just a design win, right? Rocket can now test and implement new experiments significantly faster. These experiments that we're able to do led to a $1 billion incremental monthly origination volume increase in Q1 of 2026 alone. So that's what a connected system produces, measurable client impact. All right, so now let's share how everything we reviewed today comes together.
Start small. The foundational moments and details matter. The hardest part of going AI native isn't getting access to the tools. It's making sure the tools have something solid to build on. It starts in the small foundational moments: the naming, the structure, the components, the decisions, the context. Those details are what gives AI something trustworthy to amplify.
Next, it isn't just a set of tools that we showed you today. It's a blueprint. This is how to use Figma's ecosystem at scale. The power isn't just that Figma MakeWorks, or that we configured Code Connect with a few components, or that a few team members are using the MCP. The power is that all of this works together. That's the real shift. The workflow becomes shared, the expectations become clear, and the handoff helps teams move faster without losing alignment. And more importantly, design is at the center of the ecosystem. As AI and new tools make it easier to build these new experiences quickly, speed alone is no longer the differentiator. It still requires someone to decide what should happen, what matters to the user, and most importantly for us, what's true to Rocket. That's the role of the designer in this new workflow. Building faster only matters if we're building the right thing in the right way with the full team aligned on that outcome.
We started with a stat of 65% of clients who cry during their homeownership transaction. Design can't remove the emotion from buying a home, and it shouldn't. These are some of the most significant moments in a person's life. But design can make sure those moments are supported by tools that are smart enough, fast enough, and consistent enough to meet people where they are. Rocket has been doing that for 40 years. What Figma's ecosystem has given us is the ability to do it at a speed and scale that matches the moment we're in, and to ultimately help everyone home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Will and Emily. Y'all did more than Rocket. You crushed it.
In this next talk, you'll learn how Meta worked directly with Figma to test design systems in Figma Make. Please welcome to the stage Harvey Whiting.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Quick check, how many Brits do we have in the room? And a little boop boop? None? Great, okay. So I'm Harvey Whiting from Meta Design, and I'm here to talk about something that everyone in this room is quietly wrestling with: AI slop. A few months ago, that's exactly where we were. We had all these incredible new models. They had the knowledge of the entire internet, but they didn't have taste. They didn't know how our design systems work. They didn't know the difference between close enough and right. And the challenge at Meta is that close enough doesn't cut it. We serve millions of businesses and billions of people Every surface, whether it's Instagram or Ads Manager, has to rise to the bar of our design system. And that's just not something AI can do out of the box. But the question is, why not? And today, I'll take you through that journey and what it might mean for your team's path forward. We'll start at the beginning, a partnership between Figma and Meta Design to improve Figma Make's ability to work within a design system. And then we'll look at the progress, warts and all, from wobbly early iterations to results that approach our quality bar. And finally, how that can lay the foundations of this agentic era of design. But first of all, some context on why this matters right now. We're in the middle of an explosion. Vibe coding has gone mainstream. People are building entire apps from just a prompt. The AI design tools are shipping faster than anyone predicted. And every week, there seems to be a new tool that promises to turn a napkin sketch into production UI. And the energy is incredible. But here's the thing no one is talking about. Most of what these tools produce doesn't hold up at scale. It looks plausible. The layouts make sense. The design spacing feels close. But when you put it next to your actual design system, the gaps are everywhere. There's missing states, components that don't even exist, content that breaks every guideline that you have. This explosion of vibe coding is the most exciting, but also the most dangerous era for AI and design tools. The question isn't whether AI is part of the workflow. It already is. The question is whether we let it ship slop or we teach it taste, and that is what we set out to do. So let's talk about the problem concretely. This rapid acceleration of AI design tools has created a new category, fast but wrong. And we experimented with AI-generated design for our ads products. And regardless of the model or the tool, they all started failing in the same ways. Low fidelity, wrong typography, inconsistent color, missing or just malformed components, things that would get flagged in any design review. The second is around low repeatability. The same prompt gives you a different result every single time, and that unpredictability erodes trust. And the third is context collapse and complexity. A single form, AI does okay. A full ads manager experience, and the quality falls off a cliff. And that last piece creates this new adoption barrier. Designers will not use a tool where speed comes at the cost of quality. Just to reiterate, designers will not use a tool where speed comes at the cost of quality. They just won't. And here's the paradox that kept us up at night. AI can generate design faster, but without quality control, that just means more rework for your designers, more confusion for your engineers, and more cost for the company. Speed without quality is just expensive noise. So to unlock AI design, we had to solve quality first. So why was the agent dropping the ball? We dug in and we found 3 root causes. First, proprietary dependencies. Our products use internal code libraries, and an agent trained on the open web can't bridge that gap. It doesn't know what it doesn't know. The second was our design system's complexity. We're not just talking about a handful of components. We're talking about hundreds. We have sprawling primitives across type, color, spacing, patterns, interactions, content design. There's do's and there's don'ts. Sometimes there's intentional friction between simplicity and sophistication. And that's hard for a human to hold in their head, let alone a model. And the third one was just unrealistic expectations. We were expecting AI to one-shot something that even an experienced designer would iterate on several times with multiple rounds of feedback. But that third insight, it's really key. If iteration is how designers get to quality, what if we gave AI that same opportunity? What if we got scientific? So we started to set up things like golden sets. Golden sets, if you haven't heard it, it's a fancy word for lots of test cases. And if you run your system multiple times, over and over, through those same test cases, and get really scientific with like, how do you measure that? How do you put a metric to it? And I've got some examples here. Then you can get feedback. You can reprompt. You can isolate exactly where it went wrong, and you can get it back on track. And we also set a goalpost. If we can produce prototypes that at least 80% high accuracy, and by high accuracy, I mean perfect, and if it utilized every single component that it should, then we'd say it generated a sufficient quality to take this seriously. So with this technique, we were able to rebuild our components in a pixel-exact way. Not close enough, exact. And the model could learn from its mistakes within a session and course correct. We took those iterated upon components and we added strict guidelines for the agent to follow and how it should use them, all captured inside a Figma Make template. And it started to produce the results we'd wanted all along. That got us to the bar we'd set for our pilot, 87% in fact, above where we'd set our bar. And when I say iHaxi again, I mean it's free of issues, it's production ready. And that's a massive jump from where we started. You can see here on the left, that's our target. That's the design we started with. And on the right, you can see our iterations. And it starts off pretty wobbly, but in the end, the left is the right. We got there. We were able to produce exactly the quality that we wanted. But these manual feedback loops, they don't scale. So what we really needed was a context delivery system that could operate at meta scale. So we started developing what was then a new protocol, MCP, Model Context Protocol. And we investigated a fundamental question. Could we capture all dimensions of our design system in this infrastructure? The color, the type, the spacing, the components, not just the components themselves, the documentation around them, our content standards, our illustrations, all of it, so that any AI tool could get exactly the context it needed, exactly the moment it needed it. And we partnered with Figma, and we integrated this Figma Make for the first time. And at the time, this was a net new capability that we co-developed. And the results were immediate. Design system aligned output, straight off the bat, in one shot, without even needing a template. And the model could pull in exactly the context it needed at exactly the moment it needed it. And we could actually push beyond the component code into areas like content standards, where we just know we need a vast amount of context and judgment to do a good job. And it's so exciting to see connectors and MCP connections are now broadly available to everyone in Figma. And hopefully you understand why this is so critical to pushing forward quality in what we do with AI. So, what's next? What are we working on now? What's the new latest and greatest? We see a layered stack, a path forward for the entire industry. The foundation is context. We've talked a lot about it today, and for good reason. If you get nothing else from this talk, get this. You must get your context foundations right. Everything that comes next depends upon it. If your design system isn't structured in a way that AI consume, you are building on sand. And the next layer is skills. If this works. Spoiler alert. And the next layer is skills. And so this is also something that we're launching in Figma natively. And context is knowledge, but skills are knowing how to apply that knowledge. And a model that knows your color tokens, it's useful, but a model that knows exactly when to use them and why is powerful. Next slide, please. Awesome. And this final layer, as you guys all know, is agents. So agents bring this all together. You take the skills, you take all of that foundational context, and when you put it together, some magical things start to happen. So this is what gets me excited. And as we all know from yesterday, it takes a lot to get a British person excited. It's not about replacing designers. It's genuinely about expanding what's possible. You can give an agent a task in the evening and get results in the morning. You can jam with the agent, expectation align, form a plan, and let's say you decide you want to do 10 different directions. Well, as you can see, you can have an agent working on every single screen, and we're able to, just with 6 words or so, produce a design for an entire feature. This is all possible. You can just have the seed of an idea and then let it grow into a full concept, and then iterate on it. Give feedback, push it forward at a pace that was never possible before. The designers on our teams aren't doing less, they're thinking bigger. So, what does this mean for you? I wanted to give you guys a bit of a cheat sheet into how you can be successful in this new era, and just give you 3 things you can take home today. Number 1, audit your context. Look at your design system and ask, could an AI consume this? Are your tokens documented? Are your components structured with clear rules? Remember that anything that is not specified is randomized or aligns to some web convention that you didn't define or agree upon. This is the foundation of that everything else will build upon. This is your number 1 priority. Number 2, embrace the feedback loop. Don't expect one-shot perfection from AI. Treat it like a collaborator. If a new designer started on your team, you wouldn't just say, hey, go do this. You'd say, hey, this is my customer. This is the problem we're solving. This is all the context you need, and this is how you move forward. So you can reprompt, you can correct, you can iterate. That's not a workaround. That's the workflow. And these models are trained on imperfect humans, so they're imperfect too. And lastly, prepare for agents. These tools are arriving faster than any of us expected. The teams that have their context and their skills ready to go, you will be the ones that move the fastest when agents become production ready. And so we went from AI slop to quality at scale, not overnight, through deliberate, unglamorous work on our foundations. And every team in this room can start on that journey today. So I'll leave you with this. We started talking about AI slop with outputs that were fast but wrong, that eroded trust, that made designers skeptical. And honestly, that skepticism, it was earned. But look at where we are now. Design intent flowing from design to prototype to the product itself and back again. Not perfectly, not everywhere, not yet. But the foundations are in place. The context, the skills, the agents, they're real, and they're getting better every week. We came to realize when all of this comes together, it actually creates a paradigm shift. Where we're headed, design is becoming truly multimodal. It turns out these language models are amazing at translation. If it's Swift, HTML, Figma design, they're all just code. Code that can be translated from one medium to another with little to no context loss. You can design in one medium and translate to another. You've got a web prototype and you want to bring that back into Figma design, you got it. You want to take that design, gather a bunch of comments, and send those changes back into your prototype, easy. The tools are starting to catch up with our ambitions. If all the lines in this visual, instead of being wobbly, they were straight, then you could just pluck a version of your production product, like a ball of clay. You could give it shape, and you could just throw it back into the product. And I don't think that's impossible. In fact, I'm seeing it working at Meta already, and we're improving it every day. And so the teams in this room, the ones building design systems, the ones investing in quality, the ones who refuse to settle for AI slop, you're going to be the ones that shape what this era looks like. Thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you so much, Harvey. That was amazing.
All right, y'all, we're going to take another break. Feel free to go grab a snack, a selfie, or maybe another stamp for your badge.
We will see you back right here at 2:15.
Ciao.
Please welcome back your hosts.
Howdy, everyone. My name is Mojola.
And my name is Isaac. Welcome back to the L2 stage.
All right. Yeah, we're in the home stretch now, but we still have a lot in store for you.
First up, we have a story of transforming data into a sense of urgency, empathy, and a call to act for our planet's future. Please give a warm welcome to Serinda and Luke.
Our world today is obsessed with data. We need more data for our AI models, our dashboards, our data-driven decisions. But the uncomfortable truth is, having more data doesn't matter if we can't make sense of it. Because if we can't make sense of it, we won't care about it. And if we don't care about it, we're not going to act on it.
We found ourselves at the center of this when we challenged ourselves to make sense of 300 gigabytes of raw climate data. Data informs, but stories inspire. It's stories that move people. And that's the gap we needed to close. Today, we are going to show you exactly how we found the story in 300 gigabytes of climate data, step by step. And we will give you a framework you can actually take back to your own work.
First, some quick intros. So my name's Luke, and for the last decade, I've worked as an engineer making complex systems legible to people. From payment systems at Google to simulation for autonomous vehicles at Waymo, and most recently, data visualization for the Mars rover team at NASA. Different domains, but the same problem every time. We had an enormous amount of data, and somewhere inside it was a decision that a human actually needed to make.
Hi, I'm Serinda. I'm a UX designer, most recently at Tesla. Before that, I spent several years in a digital consultancy, helping organizations navigate complex systems. From automating agricultural workflows in Thailand to improving how hospitals in the US manage blood inventory. Across every project, my focus has been the same, turning complexity into clarity and transforming data and workflows into experiences where people know what to do next. Luke and I met at Harvard, researching shifting ecosystems and climate change. But more than anything, we consider ourselves storytellers. And that lens is everything in what we are about to show you.
So here's where our research actually started. We had 300 gigabytes of climate data from NASA. Precipitation and temperature projected every 20 years until the year 2100. And when we stare at it, it's just a bunch of numbers. So we found ourselves asking the same questions you face with any data set. Where is the story here? Who is this data for? And why should anybody care?
So, how do you find the story? We figure out that it comes down to 5 things, 5 elements of data storytelling. And we are going to walk through all 5 of them, using our research as the live example. And then we will show you how you can use them too. So, for the first element, first question we ask ourselves, where does this story take place?
I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and the Cascade Mountains were in my backyard. So when we were sitting on all of this global climate data, I kept on getting pulled back home. So that's why we started here. For those of you unfamiliar, this is Mount Rainier. It's the tallest peak in the Cascades and the most prominent landmark in the range. And it made a natural place for us to focus because Mount Rainier anchors an entire ecosystem. The elevation, the climate, the species that live on its slopes, they're all shaped by this mountain. So everything we're about to show you takes place right here. This is the world that our story lives in.
So, diving into this area, here's what some of the NASA climate data looks like in this context. we can begin to understand where the landscape may become hotter, wetter, or drier by the year 2100. These maps tell us what's changing, but still not why we should care. Now, we have our first element, the setting. This is probably the most obvious step. Context makes data readable instantly. Now, we have a world, but a world with no one in it. It's just a landscape photo. So look, should we bring someone into this?
I think we should. So that brings us to our second element, character. Because every good story needs a protagonist. With our world established, the question then became, who is affected here? We wanted something unique to this environment, something whose story was tied directly to all of this climate data we were holding, something whose story hadn't really been told before. Drum roll, please.
Meet Pika, a small mountain-dwelling mammal that lives in the Cascades. They're a great choice for this research because they're a climate indicator species. This means that they are highly sensitive to climate change. In the Pika's case, they live in cool alpine environments, and even slight warming can threaten their survival.
And they're also very cute. So where do pikas actually live in our setting? We found data on where pikas have been spotted over the last 30 or so years. And we combined this species location sample data with historical precipitation and temperature data to train a machine learning model on where a pika is likely to be found based on the given climate. Then we took this 300 gigabyte of climate data, the projections for precipitation and temperature through the year 2100, and we reverse engineered what locations a species is likely to be found based on the habitat model, defining a predicted habitat for our pika. With this approach, we were able to turn this species location data into this predicted habitat map. It tells us where the pikas are likely to be found.
And so that's our second element, our character. And the takeaway, ask yourself, who is affected by this data? Now, we have a world, we have a character living in it. But a single frozen moment can't show climate change. Look, back to you again. What do we need next?
We need plot, or what changes over time. Time is what transforms a snapshot into consequence. If your data only shows a static view, then you're leaving a really powerful component on the table.
Back to the data that Luke mentioned a bit earlier. NASA gives us climate projections for every 20-year interval through 2100, which allowed us to create predicted habitat maps for each of these intervals. And when we overlaid these habitat maps on the terrain, something striking emerged. Watch this. The habitat is changing. It's shrinking, concentrating. Something is happening here, and we can somehow start to see the trend.
But actually, we found that this is only one side of the story. It's only when we looked at our data from a different perspective that we could see the full picture of what was happening. So let's watch this again from this new perspective. So now we can see that the pika's habitat isn't just shrinking, it's climbing. The pikas are moving to higher altitudes as the climate warms. So for us, this three-dimensional view is a design choice that supports the story we're trying to tell. We want to see our character interact with its setting over time. So that's our third element, plot. And the takeaway for all of you is make time visible. A static view hides cause and effect. Make sure you're showing changes and consequences.
Now, it's time to move to the fourth element, conflict. Of course, no story works without tension. A protagonist without an antagonist is just someone having a nice day.
The pika doesn't live in isolation, so we studied it in the context of its ecosystem. The pika eats specific grasses. It's hunted by specific predators. So we asked, what happens to the rest of this system? We developed a habitat model for each connected species, and that gave us something you can't see from one species alone, how the loss of a single habitat can put an entire ecosystem at risk.
Here's the habitat for one of the Pika's key food sources. Watch how it spreads across the landscape through 2080, but then shrinks by the year 2100. And here's the fox, the Pika's predator. While the Pika is shrinking, the range of the fox expands as the climate changes. But by the year 2100, its habitat disappears as well. What happens when the Pika shrinks, the fox disappears, and the ecosystem around you begins to break down? That's conflict. And we will see exactly how these layers interact when we bring everything together.
So that's our fourth element, conflict. And the takeaway is a single metric gives you a shallow insight. Connected relationships are what give you a story. So make sure you're thinking in systems and consider the systemic implications both inside and outside your data set.
Lastly, good stories don't just end. You take away something from them. They teach you, inspire you to act, and make you wonder, what's next? That's why our final element is call to action.
Let's go back to our data one last time. So this NASA predicted precipitation and temperature data, it doesn't represent just one future. It actually represents several possibilities based on potential climate scenarios that are officially called shared socioeconomic pathways. You can think of them as a fork in the road where each path represents a different possibility for how humanity tackles climate change. All the data that you've seen visualized so far is for our planet's current trajectory. And this here is the Pika habitat for the current trajectory in the year 2100.
And this is the worst case, where we increase our carbon emissions even further. And this is the best case, where we limit global warming to the fullest extent. Remember, they are all built from the same landscape, the same data, and the same place. The only thing that changes is the choice we make. Which future becomes reality depends on what we do today. Our data now serves as an inspiration for researchers, scientists, and concerned citizens.
And that includes all of our new Pika enthusiasts in the audience, right?
I think so. And so that's our final element, call to action. Leaving your data's audience with a reason to care and a desire to act.
So now we've got all 5 elements. Let's do a quick recap. We've got setting, character, plot, conflict, and call to action. Now we're going to show you the tool that we built and show how all of these elements come together into a cohesive digital experience.
All right, first, here's the setting. At the center is Mount Rainier.
Second, we've got character. This is the Pika's preferred habitat.
Now add plot. A timeline gives you the ability to explore how the habitat will change.
Now we show conflict. Here we've added selectors for different species, enabling comparison of habitats across the entire ecosystem.
And last but not least, call to action. Here we give people a way to explore different futures, compare outcomes, and see what might happen next.
All right, so here's our tool live in action. Now you can see that the tool is telling a story about the Pika and its ecosystem, about how all of the habitats shift as the climate changes over time. The tool answers many questions, but it also opens new ones that invite further research. And those questions are the ones you'd never even think to ask, staring at that original spreadsheet. The 5 elements of data storytelling are what helps surface these questions.
The goal isn't to help people see more data. It's to help them understand what it means, why it matters, and what might happen next. And that's the lesson. Design the experience, not just the visualization. Everything you have just seen, We built around one small mammal and a mountain. But this doesn't apply only to the pika or climate change.
We found that the same 5 elements apply anywhere that people need to make decisions from complex information. We're going to show you 2 examples where we've applied the 5 elements in our own work.
First, it helps me rethink my US blood inventory system research project. Currently, the US healthcare system is highly fragmented. Each hospital operates on their own, and the data is floating everywhere, from spreadsheets to PDF reports and dashboards. But when a blood shortage happens, people don't look for more data. What they need is clarity on what to do next. And that's where storytelling became useful. We started with the setting at the transfusion unit in hospitals. Our characters were blood technologists, people who manage blood inventory every single day. The plot followed blood as it moved through the system. The conflict was balancing between blood shortages and waste. And call to action was helping hospitals make better decisions on how blood is being collected, shared, and used. Different domain, same storytelling framework. At the end, all the data didn't change. What changed was how people understood it. We turned raw, scattered information into a story, helping hospitals recognize shortages earlier, coordinate resources faster, and reduce waste before it actually happened. Because when data becomes a story, people know what to do next.
The 5 elements also shaped how I approach my data visualization work at NASA. So every day, the Perseverance rover sends a flood of information from Mars to Earth. And every day, the operators on Earth have a critical question to answer. What do we do today to keep the rover moving tomorrow? The data is all there, but finding the answer in it is the hard part. And that's where storytelling really helped. So we started with our setting, which was the surface of Mars. Our character was the rover. The plot was the telemetry, software logs, and imagery getting transmitted back from every day of driving. Conflict occurred when the rover got stuck due to a subsystem failure or an environmental challenge. And the call to action was figuring out what the team on Earth should do to get the rover moving again. Different planet, same framework. In the end, the data didn't change. What changed was how the operators understood it. We managed to turn a wall of data into a story, one that let operators understand what the rover saw, find what changed, and then act on it.
2 completely different domains and different planets, but the same 5 elements. Now, it's your turn. The next time you are staring down a data set that's too big to feel like anything, these are the 5 things to reach for.
First, setting. Context is what makes a number mean something, so make sure you build it on purpose.
Second, character. Find your protagonist. Ask who is affected, not just what data you have.
Third is plot. A snapshot doesn't move anyone. Make sure you're showing how things change over time because that's where consequences live.
Fourth, conflict. Nothing in your data exists alone. Map what connects to what, because the tension shows up in the relationships, not in any single metric.
And lastly, call to action. Don't just show people what happened, show them the choices in front of them and what each choice leads to. In summary, this is the playbook to take home with you. 5 elements for finding the story in any data set.
We found a way to make 300 gigabytes of raw climate data into a story that people could see, feel, and connect with to make it matter. Because when people care about the story, they care about the data behind it. And if you felt something for our Pika today, then we have done our job. So wherever your next data set takes you, find your Pika. build your world, tell your story. Thank you.
Well, Majola, I will definitely be thinking about the Pika in the days ahead.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Surinder and Luke.
All right, make sure to pace yourself because this next talk is absolutely breathtaking. This next speaker knows a thing or two about creative endurance. Please give it up for Socrates Harisis.
Hi. How many of you have run a marathon or intend to do so? Raise your hands. There you go. Okay, got a few. Right. This is me back in 2016 running my first marathon in Athens, of course. And this is me running my second one back in 2017. And this is us running another marathon all together for 8 years straight. It's called Quintessential, and I'm really here to talk about it today. But first things first, I'm Socrates. I come from Greece and I flew in from Athens. So we have Socrates, Athens, Greece, and I'm here to talk about marathons. Socrates, Athens, Greece, marathons. I'm so sorry about it. I'm here with all of my ancient references. I'll try not to go that deep into that path. I'm a designer. I build my ideas, and I do community things. I lead the Friends of Figma Athens community for a few years back home. And a fun fact about me, I dropped out of the computer science department of the Athens University of Economics and Business to try and test my own economics and my own business out there in the wild. Luckily, that led me to co-found Quintessential back in 2018, a digital product studio where we design and build software from the tiniest, most fragile idea up to a fully working product that serves a market need. And I promise you, ever since we started, I'm still learning about things I had no idea I didn't know. Pretty similar to the Socratic paradox, all I know is that I know nothing. But let's stop there, all right? We built this studio in Athens, not in London, not in San Francisco. When we started, it was just 3 of us, no clients, no network, no playbook, and the country was crawling out of a long recession. The talent pool was thin, creativity at the bottom, and of course, craft was average. It still is in some parts of this area, but that's for another keynote. We started anyway, see where this takes us, focused on the studio, and, see where we will end up. And ever since we started, the world hasn't held stood for 5 seconds. It was the tail of that recession. It was a brief recovery, and then the pandemic, all right? And then a hiring boom that ended up in massive layoffs, and then the ultimate geopolitical noise across Europe and the rest of the world, and even Twitter became X, right? Okay. We had Brad Summer, Drake went after Kendrick, and the World Cup is happening in the US. I'm so sorry for some of the US friends, but that's too much to suffer for, all right? But here we are at the config stage, all right? 8 years in, we work with clients across North America, Europe, the continent. That's why you see UK there. And of course, Greece. We support visionary individuals, startups, and large organizations bring their ideas to life, and of course, transition in the new era. And I can confidently say that we've made it, all right, up to a point. Endurance is kind of our middle name, because we're hands on the work, throwing ideas to the wall, see what sticks, and we move on. You see, endurance for us is not about just grinding it out. We endure because we keep on moving, we keep on creating things. When the ground keeps moving, you have to stay creative with every part of the business, hirings, processes, FTEs, managing the clients, training your teams, managing expectations, everything. And that's how we do it. However, you can't do this alone, and you can't do this if you're not committed to a few principles. And that's why I'm here today. to talk about 3 genuine practices: the kind of mindset we hire for, what we do to protect creativity, and of course, how we pace without burning out. Fun fact, we do, but we keep bouncing back. There is a particular type of person we hire for: makers first, day job second. People who've been building something on the side for years, not because anyone told them to, but because they couldn't help it. People who own things before anyone tells them to. That's the only type of person who can run this race with us. Let me give you an example. A couple of years ago, we needed to open a position for our first design engineer. And we opened it, and CVs came in. All right? 56 applicants for a size of our agency means that I get to review 56 applicants. I'm the HR in this case. So CVs flew in. They were fine, clean, lookable CVs. But after a point, I felt that I saw nobody there. And why is that? Because everyone seemed to have done the same things over and over again. The portfolios started looking like everyone else's portfolios. Now, if I ask you, how does a designer portfolio look like? You're going to think about the same layout, unless the designer is in the top 1% of the world. And I felt a need to keep going, and I kept going. And by the way, a portfolio is a snapshot of the past. It's not a forecast of the future. So I wasn't sure what I had to do. So I kept looking. And I found someone working as a motion graphic designer and video editor at an advertising agency who had applied for the design engineer position at a digital product agency. Now, how are these two connected? Luckily, I discovered over a clunky portfolio with broken links and 404 errors, I promise you, that this person had made a custom variable font for fun. They were making small iOS games. They were creating NFT art. They were battling with inverted corners in CSS. Who does that? Think about it. And that was the ugliest, most beautiful portfolio I've seen. And guess what? We hired them. All right? That was 2 years ago. Okay, thank you. Today, they are really a fundamental part of the studio, shipping full-stack design work for our most demanding clients in Greece and the rest of the world. A builder whose CV did not predict who would they become at the studio, but their side quests really revealed the true maker mentality. So we placed a bet, and we won the bet, and we moved on. All right? And don't forget where I come from. Resources are thin, so you have to pick the right one. And you know what? The whole studio is like that over these 8 years. Let me tell you real quick about my team. So Kostas is my co-founder. He's an unimaginably good engineer, and he built our soundproof booth for meetings by hand. I promise you, we could have bought one, but we didn't. And Ioanna writes front-end code, but she tinkers with clay for so many years now. She's such a creative person. And Spiros leads mobile development, but Spiros makes music since his teenage years. That was some real time ago. I'm sorry, Spiros, if you watch this. So what you see behind me are members of our team, because what you see behind me is a short film we decided to do to honor the builders last year as part of our rebrand. We could have hired a production studio, but we didn't. We wrote the script, we helped shoot it, we co-directed it, we inspected the location spots, and we featured our own team members in that film, because outsourcing such a thing would have made it a lie. Every one of us carries a maker mentality, a rebel spirit of curiosity above everything else. I'm a dropout myself, I'm just curious. My dev leads are interns that became leads and stayed with us for more than 8 years. And I hope they stay with us for a few more. None of our CVs predicted what we will become at this studio. And honestly, if you lead a team, and if you're hiring for your next designer, please try betting to an unlookable hire, to someone who might not seem the right fit in the first place. See what people are building on the side. These things really matter. And of course, if you're an IC, am I going to tell you to improve your CV and portfolio? No, I'm not a hiring manager. Just be a little bit unpredictable. Your side quests really matter in this business. And You have the makers, okay? You got them in-house, and you'd think that's enough. It's not. Because here's the trap with agency work. In agency work, the more successful you become, the more you risk trading your ideas for other people's ideas. You have a couple of projects that drive portfolio brightness and many boring ones. All together, they require ruthless execution. And after a point, your team will be heads down executing, just wanting to get the job done and move on. And that's a problem with your makers. End of last year, that trap really closed in. We had so many projects, capacity maxed out, context was switching all the way. And after a point, you start noticing the quiet quitting in the corners. The people you hired for the makers, the builders, they are suddenly not able to deliver work because they're burned out, they want to quit, they want to get things done. And that's where you say, wait a second, we built this business, and I'm standing here in front of you because of pure experimentation and curiosity. And then we hired makers to run this race with us and keep the motion going, just to sit them down in front of a pile of projects and see the joy drain out of their soul? No, that's a thing. And why don't we protect creative time for those people? I mean, we're an agency. We will always helping our clients' ideas thrive. But what about our own people's ideas? Time to brain dump on the canvas, research, learn a new tool, acquire a new skill, no strict expectations, no nothing. So we started Maker Months, okay? So every other month, every Friday, it's Friday morning, locked for 3 hours. The whole team breaks from the work we sell and builds their own ideas. No expectations, no clients, no briefs, no approvals, no nothing. Just you, the canvas, or any other creative tool. And you know what? Just present us what you're going to make at the end of the month. Is it a skill that you acquired? Is it a research artifact? It can be. Or is it a product? We can also help you launch it because that's what we do. This thing really costs money and time for experiments that might never see the light of day. We even push a few client meetings back just to protect that kind of time, and we love it because we treat it as an investment to our people and their time. At Quintessential, we really want to be a place where ideas flow, thrive, and at the end of the day are fueled by bold engineering. Keep that investment, and I'm pretty sure that the price you pay will be much higher because you're going to see your makers turn into order takers, and you don't want that. What you want is to keep them going for who they are and eventually make Maker Months irrelevant by keeping the fire of starting your own ideas alive and turning it into a routine, into a habit. 6 months in, many experiments. Internal tools the team built for themselves, plugins, prototypes, and many weird experiments. An experiment to record real-life sounds and turn them into Spotify playlists. A nutrition tracker, a medical exams dashboard with beautiful visualizations when you upload your medical exams. Even a design fleet that works alongside you and helps you do your best work. And of course, a route planner for site hopping in Athens. I mean, that might seem boring, but it already generated a lead, and we might end up working with a real client for this one. Things that exist because someone wanted them to exist. And the most important shift isn't even in the output. It's in the team. Joe is back. Maker Months end up helping the studio. So please, treat your team's ideas, if you're a leader, if you're a company, if you're an agency, treat your team's ideas as IP worth protecting. Don't copy Maker Months, find your own way, find your own path. But right now, at this point, creativity is one of the most valuable assets we have, and we have to protect it at any cost. If you're an IC, well, go build that silly idea. Don't wait for permission, don't ask for feedback, lock in some time, and go build something nobody asked for. All right? You will love the journey, and you will learn a lot throughout that journey. And of course, if you're going to break norms, if you're going to build under client pressure, if you're going to build your own ideas, you better pace yourself to the finish line, because you can't really sprint this. Okay, you can keep going, but you can't really carry everything all together at the same time. Last year, I effed around and found out. All right? So, in 2025, we did a massive rebrand of our company, repositioned ourselves for the new era coming. Okay? New vision, new strategy, new mission, colors, visual identity, a new website, even the short film I showed you in the beginning. And guess what? We did all of that in-house, because that's who we are. And we did it in-house while dealing with every other client project, training the team, managing expectations, keeping the studio profitable. If you're an agency owner, you'll understand. And that's too much to handle after a point. Just a few weeks before our launch, because we did a keynote, we brought some people together in Athens to present our new strategy. I felt nothing. I really wanted to quit. The story I was telling myself didn't stop working, actually, and I couldn't find a way or a reason to celebrate for all the work we've done over the past 6 to 8 months. Suddenly, I wanted to quit. I was feeling burned out. Luckily, I felt that exact thing before. Because in the Athenian marathon, back to the marathons, all right, everything is all right until you reach the 30-kilometer point. Then, in the Athenian one, the road tilts upward, the streets tighten, the noise spikes, and the crowd thickens. That's where parts of your body and your brain start to quit. It's a really hard thing, that 30-kilometer point. And suddenly your why is not really big enough for the pain. I'm pretty sure that many of you have felt a very similar thing or feeling, but at that point, and that's personal, even the cheering of people in the sidewalks stops being a motivation. It becomes a weight you carry as you try not to disappoint them for clapping for you. It becomes really tricky in your head. And definitely, you're into pain, your why doesn't work. And what got me through those last 12 kilometers, or 7.45 miles for some of you, was mental discipline. My next step, the next step in front of me, just my next step. The next kilometer marker, the runner running in front of me. And honestly, this is what gets us through all those years with the studio as well, and I tend to forget many, many times. It's your next decision, it's your next conversation, it's your next idea, your next client, your next project, but just the next. It's just a step ahead of you, not the finish line, whatever that finish line is for you, but you still have so many kilometers to go, and you can't think really about it. And of course, in business, and of course in sport, committing to the fundamental, to the tiny little details, to the steps ahead of you, just a few steps ahead of you, all those things compound, and at the end of the day, they really get you to the finish line, and creativity and inspiration knock back on the door, and they find you. Because it's a tiny interaction with a person, it's a small idea you thought of, but they really find you as you're doing the work and you commit to the fundamentals. That's what a marathon teaches you at 30K, the hard way. Your next small thing, the detail in front of you, to focus on the thing just right in front of you. And 12 months after our rebranding, and we're standing up here, we have a new company repositioned for the new era, and we have worked on more than 20 heavyweight projects across 7 domains all around the world. That's us. And for that reason, we just chose to make a film about the builders and all of the builders behind the scenes, because that's who we are. Master the fundamentals, protect your creative time, master your next step, and I promise you all, in this era, our best work is still ahead of us. Now, I've been up here for almost 20 minutes, and I haven't said the word once. I haven't said, can you guess? I haven't said AI, and that was on purpose. You know, the conversation everyone's having right now is about designers being cooked, developers not needed, LLMs hitting the world. And okay, I believe that we're all solving for the wrong thing here. Because new tools compress the pixels, the components, the first draft, the boring code. But they do not compress the effort and time and studying and sweat it took you to be here today. They actually liberate it. The decision to break hiring norms and bet on the video editor, the discipline to show up on a Tuesday when the work feels heavy, feels dead, the endurance to still be making things 8 years in. You can't really prompt your way up here. You can't really prompt creativity, and you can't really prompt endurance. New tools are here to help us train smarter for a marathon we are already running. And tell me something honestly. When did human race stop running and pushing through and getting things done? That's embedded in us. So let us all use AI to compress the work so we can be the makers we were all destined to be again. Learning to endure really keeps you in business. Somewhere down the road, creativity finds you and keeps you interesting. And guess what? You can't prompt any of those. This race, my friends, is far from over. It is just getting interesting. Thank you, Config.
Wow, thank you so much, Socrates. That was really inspiring.
You liked it?
Next up, we'll hear how to stop gatekeeping and managing systems and how to start nurturing culture instead. Please welcome Lauren to the stage.
What's up, config? I love this Britney Spears mic, but I kind of wish that I had like a handheld mic with a cable so I could like do some mic twirls while I talk, but this will have to do. I'm feeling very Britney right now anyway. I don't know about all of you, but I didn't go to art school to become a cop. Actually, quite the opposite. During those times in my life, you could find me in basements and garages and warehouses, listening to bands playing on an old rug instead of a stage through shitty PAs. That's the DIY music scene. And I never played in a band. I preferred to be behind the scene, designing and posting flyers on MySpace or running a merch table. And then post-art school, I ran a record label with my husband. We released records and tapes, organized shows, and helped support bands with everything needed to get their music in front of listeners. Throughout my career, I tend to gravitate towards building the foundation that makes great work possible. And what that's looked like, corporately speaking, is building design systems for the last 10 years at Expedia, Dropbox, and Cash App. And then last month, I joined Mercury as head of design foundations, and we're hiring. My team is focused on visual language systems and tools that help anyone build. And no matter where I work, my goal really stays the same: create space for others to shine, not take the spotlight myself. But over time, my role in leading design systems started to feel more like being a bouncer at the door. People began to see my team as gatekeepers, or the ones that slowed things down or had to give permission. And design systems, we always promise organizations speed, consistency at scale, rapid evolution, and then we spend years telling people what they can't do. Stagnant systems, no deviations, permission required. I kind of think we lost the plot. People's perception were at odds with our intention. We stopped being a resource and became a checkpoint. And that honestly hits differently when I think about where I came from, because anti-authority is not like an aesthetic for me. It's like part of my core values.
And here I was, the authority. And I've really had to reckon with that. The industry is reckoning with something too. AI is changing how we build, and layoffs have gutted teams. The instinct, understandably, is to tighten the grip. More control, more oversight, more constraint. To measure output in PRs instead of real craft. And I get it. We're walking into unknown territory. But a punk mentality looks different. It relinquishes control. It enables experimentation. It lets things evolve even when you can't see where they're going. And every generation finds its own version of it. The moment when everything feels uncertain and nobody has answers and someone just decides to stop waiting and build something. And that's the mindset I want to impart on all of you today. Because from my perspective, both punk and design systems are often misunderstood. Punk gets reduced to safety pins and mohawks, and design systems get reduced to documentation and a UI kit. And both have their posers. The kid whose aesthetic is off the shelf from Hot Topic, or the guy on Twitter who thinks that a handful of components are a design system. But punk resists definition. The sound evolves, but the values stay the same. And so do the best design systems. The punk ethos is about DIY, mutual aid, anti-conformity, anarchy, not chaos, but refusing to let others control you. And around this, a scene grew. Record labels, venues, zines, photographers, journalists. The Xerox machine made it all possible. Anyone could make a flyer or publish something. Production no longer needed permission. The original vibe coder was just a punk kid with a Sharpie and access to a copier. And when everyone has access to the means of production, then the scene grows. Does that sound familiar to anyone? This is where design teams are today. AI is our Xerox machine. And whether that's a human or an agent, anyone can build. And the real question becomes what we'll do with it. We can add more constraint, or we can keep embracing change and build a scene worth showing up to. Every scene needs a venue. Your system is the venue. Someone builds the stage, someone makes the flyer, someone runs the soundboard. Someone makes sure that the doors are open on time. Nobody tells the band what to play. Everyone just makes sure that they sound as good as possible. Product teams are the bands. Your job is to give them the tools to do their best work and to make sure that their audience has a good experience. So, with this metaphor in mind, I want to walk through 3 influential music venues. Each one has taught me something about how I think about leading great systems. 3 different ways to bring a punk mentality to build a platform that enables creative chaos rather than containing it. The first one up, across the bay, 924 Gilman. Has anyone been there before? Sick. It's a volunteer-run, all-ages punk venue in Berkeley, California. No alcohol, no major labels, strict rules about conduct, completely open rules about sound. Their values are explicit right when you walk in. A stenciled list on the wall. There's no ambiguity about what this place stands for. And because everyone sees the rules right when they walk in, the culture runs itself. And that's the foundation that everything is built on top of. Gilman is about giving access to the people who care. The barrier for contribution is low on purpose. You don't need credentials to get on stage or help run the place. You just need to care. And that's a different bar. It sorts by intent. And when you build it that way, you get a dedicated group of people invested in making it work. Billy Joe Armstrong was 15 when he walked in that door. He could play guitar, but that was about it. He wasn't vetted, nobody approved his set list, but the scene around him, including the other bands, volunteers, and regulars who kept showing up, They helped build Green Day into what it became. Because it's a community with shared values and enough trust to let someone figure it out in public. Because good principles get out of the way. Design systems teams, we talk a lot about rules. We write them down, we put them in slides, we present them to leadership. Gilman's principles worked because they were structural. They determined how the scene around it operated. So set your principles clearly from the start and then get out of the way. Enough to orient, not suffocate, and then trust people to operate by them. At Dropbox, we wrote principles for how our team showed up, and 2 of them still stick with me long after I've left. The first, own the product, not the system. Our job is to build the tools, the patterns, and the documentation. What consuming teams built with them were theirs. We weren't co-authors of their product decisions. We were the venue and they were the band. The second, trust our partners to use these tools in ways we can't foresee and encourage opportunities to evolve and improve the system. That second one is the Billie Joe Armstrong principle. We don't know who's going to walk through that door, and we don't know what they're going to build. But if the system only reflects what we've already thought of, then it's kind of a history book. Our principles changed who came to us and how. Collaborators instead of asking for permission. Gilman's rules weren't about control. They made the scene safe enough to participate in. Because trust sets the floor. It brings people in. And Gilman lowered the floor. Show up. Be willing. That was the bar. The most influential scenes, they have a point of view. And that point of view becomes its own gravitational pull. It attracts people who want to be around it. It raises what everyone thinks is possible. When it comes to the work we do, lowering the floor and raising the ceiling are part of the same job. Trust brings people in, and craft shows them what to aim for. Okay, sorry. Okay, you know how I said that like punk wasn't just about the music? It's like the whole scene around it, like the venues, the labels, the zines. All of that like built the scene. And so I actually can't talk about the Hacienda without talking about Factory Records first, because they're kind of the same thing. Factory Records was an independent label born out of Manchester, obsessive about craft in the way most labels thought was insane. And I'd argue that Factory wasn't just a label, it's like a whole anarcho design system, perhaps the most obsessive one ever built. Factory came out of post-punk with bands like Joy Division and New Order. It was a different moment with different stakes. If early punk was about stripping everything down, then Factory was about what you could build if you took that raw punk energy and applied real craft to it. Every release had a catalog number. Factory 1 was a poster. Factory 7 was their letterhead. Factory 23 was Joy Division's Level Tear Us Apart. Their lawsuit with management was Factory 61. Everything was named, numbered, and treated with the same conviction. Even Tony Wilson's headstone was Factory 501. Which brings me back to Factory 51, the Hacienda. Ben Kelly designed the Hacienda's interior, a former textile factory turned nightclub opened in 1982. Yellow and black industrial chevrons. It looked like a parking lot and a cathedral had a kid. Nothing else looked like it. Factory knew that the details mattered, and the Hacienda was proof. It's a space where people felt like they were somewhere real. Peter Seville was Factory's first designer. He was late, he was expensive, but Tony Wilson kept hiring him anyway. He contributed over 80 records and designs to the Factory Records catalog, and every sleeve he touched was like a considered object. Power, Corruption, and Lies has no band name on the cover, no track listing, just a 19th century painting and a color strip along the edge. You either know how to read it or you don't. Blue Monday's die-cut sleeve cost more to make than it sold for. Every copy factory pressed lost them money. They kept pressing it. For them, this is what it looks like when craft is non-negotiable. To me, this is high craft collaboration. Brilliant minds with two different areas of expertise collaborating to build something they couldn't do alone. Unknown Pleasures took it further. That image has been on t-shirts and tattoos and memes, worn by people who have never heard of Joy Division. It stopped belonging to the record a long time ago. This is like the definition of craft influence. Factory Records and the Hacienda knew that were the perfect lesson in show, don't tell. And every artifact that you release shows your position on craft. So if your documentation is considered and cohesive and clearly made by people who give a damn, then that's what people believe. You don't have to tell them. The artifact makes the argument. Tony Wilson, Ben Kelly, Peter Saville's whole communication strategy was to build something that was undeniably, obviously good. So be the beacon of craft in your org. Your documentation, your communications, it's all an argument for quality. Show people what good looks like. Coherence is evidence that someone cared. The people in your org who care most about craft, who are probably already frustrated that their standards aren't being met, they recognize it, and they come towards it, and they want to be part of it. Because tastemaking attracts tastemakers. You find your best collaborators by making work good enough that they want to work with you. The system is the ceiling that everyone can reach towards. Keep raising it. Punk didn't know what it was going to become, and neither does your system, but it started somewhere. Before the Gilman and before the Hacienda, there was a bar on the Bowery that didn't know what it was doing either. New York City, 1970s. The city's broke, services are gutted, rents are cheap. Creativity fills the vacuum in run-down, vacant spaces. Punk was born. In 1973, Hilly Crystal opened CBGB on the Bowery. The name stands for Country, Bluegrass, and Blues. And that was his intention, but he got something else entirely. The bands that showed up were nothing like country or blues. Television, Patti Smith, the Ramones, Talking Heads, Blondie. Different sounds, different tempos, different everything. Hilly later described what he was going for as come as you are and do your own thing, rock and roll. And that was always the spirit of the room. He had two rules: carry your own equipment and play original music, no cover songs. And that was the single line he held. Everything else, the genre, the look, the sound, the crowd, that was up to the band. CBGB was a small room. Every band that played there heard the band that played before them. You couldn't be isolated from the scene because you were physically inside of it. The Ramones heard Television. Talking Heads heard Patti Smith. And because of that, the venue became a destination for experimentation. It encouraged bands to bring something real and use the stage to explore. Debbie Harry walked through that door. And Blondie fit the scene. Scrappy, downtown, guitar-driven. Their early songs were pure punk energy, and they belonged in that room. And then they went to the studio to record Parallel Lines in 1978. And somewhere in those sessions, something shifted. They got their hands on a drum machine. They got into Kraftwerk and Euro electronic production. A demo that they had been sitting on for years finally had the sound it was looking for. And out of it came Heart of Glass. And nobody could quite figure out what to call it. Was it disco? Was it Euro disco? Was it dance pop, synth pop, new wave? The punk scene called it a sellout. The disco scene called them punks. Critics tried every available hyphen and still came up short. And then it went to #1 in the US and the UK. The genre didn't exist yet, and CBGB didn't build it, but CBGB built the conditions that made it possible. A space where the one rule was to bring something real, and whatever you did with it was yours. Blondie made something nobody had a name for. And this is what staying open looks like. And this is what great systems do too. This is what it looks like when you have different teams with different problems and different visual voices, but it's all built on the same foundation. We didn't design any of these screens. We built the stage and product teams played the show. The people doing the most interesting work in your org are probably already outside of your system, and they stopped asking permission a long time ago. And that's exactly the signal that you should be listening for, because that's experimentation and that's DIY. And without those things, no post-punk, no new wave, no hardcore, no Riot Girl, no pop punk, no screamo. The scene didn't stay in New York or Berkeley or Manchester. It traveled, it mutated, and the rest of the world caught on. CBGB proved that an open door could build something real and lasting, and the Hacienda and the Gilman followed. The venues that changed music history weren't the ones trying to control outcomes. They were the ones enabling experimentation. Because control is at odds with innovation. So stop thinking about building a system and start thinking about building a scene. The bands change, the sound evolves, but the venue provides a space for people to make that happen. You build it, you hold it open, and then you let it break into whatever comes next. Because nothing in punk is precious. Not the genre, not the rules, not the sound. That's because a punk mindset is a refusal to limit others' potential, to wait for permission. It's a refusal to accept that the way things are the way things have to be. So lower the floor. Stop being a gatekeeper and let more people in. Keep pushing on craft. Show people what great looks like. And stay open to how the system evolves. Because deviation is the point. It always was, since all components are breakable. Or a better way to remember this, ACAB.
Thanks.
Wow, thank you so much, Lauren, for the great, strong finale.
Yup, that wraps up day 2 on the Level 2 stage. Please give the speakers another round of applause.
And I'm going to miss all of you guys. Please give yourselves another round of applause. You've been an incredible audience.
Yes, yeah. I really can't believe it's over. My brain wanted to say see you tomorrow. But,
but we will see you next year. Hope you had an incredible config.
That's right. Take care.